You are now in the presence of a king.
Welcome to the show. How's it going? Love to have you here. Rob B, thanks for becoming a member. What name do I have for you guys? I tend to call you guys my enclave. But I don't know. I like Ashes isn't bad either, you know? Either one could kind of work. You know what I mean? What's new? Anyway, hi. My name is CinderBlocksally. Welcome to the show, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, creatures of all shapes, sizes, and alignments. We are here with you today to talk about Homebrew. No, we're not talking about Homebrew tonight. What am I talking about? We're doing a call-in show. Who would have guessed? Whoa, a call-in show. I know, right? Sounds pretty cool. Sounds pretty exciting. You know what I mean? You know what I'm talking about? Calm down. Everybody calm down. Call-in show, how do we do that? Boom, the instructions are right there. There's the instructions. There they are, right there. These are the instructions. This is where you put them. So, here's the name of the game, ladies and gents. Creatures of the realm. If you're new to the show, hi, welcome. Love to have you. If you're old to the show, hi, welcome. Love to have you. We're doing a call-in show. Now, the way this works is that I should probably set this up. Did I set it up? Oh, please tell me I did. I did. I'm so smart. Okay, so basically, here's how it works. You guys want to talk about stuff. Half the time when I invite you guys on for a question, you just want to tell me a story. But we're going to see if we have any questions in those stories. And we're going to see if I can help you out. Maybe you have a campaign that you're working on and you need a little bit of help with it. Maybe there's a monster that you've been trying to build, but you're not sure how to figure out a feature. Maybe there's a player that's really getting on your nerves, or a dungeon master that's squeezing the iron fist. You know? There's lots of stuff that can happen. Either way, the way that you join, if you're interested in joining, is you go to the video description, I believe. Let me just make sure this is correct, so I'm not lying to you. I don't want to lie to you. Yeah, no, I got all the information in there. So if you want to join the call, go to the Discord below, and go into the stream waiting room. And that's literally all you have to do. And that will put you in the queue for the stream. Isn't that neat? Isn't that fun? So the only other thing I will say here, in 1 second. Patreon, if you want. Okay. The only other thing that I was gonna say is try to get that if your audio is not ready to go, I'll get to be patient, but I'm not gonna be that patient. So I might find like a clip of audio that I play. That is the amount of time you have to get your audio figured out. I didn't prepare that. That's just an idea that I had just now at this moment as I said it. So I'm not sure if we're going to do it. Oh my God, guys, wait a minute. I'm fucking up. I'm fucking up. And you might be saying, Cinder, you're not fucking up. You haven't even started yet. I didn't even say hi to you guys. I have to open up chat. I had chat open and then I lost it for a second. Chat, come to me. I need to be able to see you so big and beautiful. Hey, there you are. Hi, Kevin. Hi, Ben. Hi, Kevin. Hi, Fract. Hi, Oadeb. What's up? Hi, Name. Dice Admiral. Love to have you. Glad we got to finally look at a piece of yours. We got Rob B, Champion, coming in with being a new member. Love to have you. Thank you. Appreciate the support. Dragoness, Cosmic Code. Got some fun folk in the chat. All right, so Guys, I'm gonna be honest. This is the first night in a while where I don't have to like rush to do a thing. First of all, we should probably get the poof going. Right? Yeah, there we go. But the dog is walked. All things are taken care of. I can sit for a while. We can do a long stream tonight. I don't have to do a short stream tonight. I might need to take a break, but I can kind of chill. We're chilling. We're hanging. So that's cool. So yeah, hopefully I'll be able to get to a bunch of you. Looks like we have 11 people in the line right now, which is a lovely amount to have. Let me grab somebody right now. This is your name. I can't tell what your name is because it just says C ... If I click on you, will it show me your name? Hey, what's up? How's it going?
It's going well. Just muting the stream so I don't hear you and then you again.
Echo. Later. I'll do a song. Row, row, row your boat gently down. Did it do the thing?
Maybe. It did do the thing.
Oh, what should I call you?
Connor's just fine.
What's up, Connor? How's it going?
It's going well.
What can I do for you on this fine eve?
Well, I am attempting to institute mana into my D&D setting.
Okay. What do you mean by that?
In that it is a physical substance that that magic takes the form of.
Cool.
But there's a problem in that it would highly volatile, and I am basically putting uranium into my world. And I would like to give villains this to make them all par with incredibly powerful adventurers, without immediately turning the adventurers into gods as soon as the villains are defeated.
So so you're trying to figure out how to make your villains get access to something very powerful, but that you're not going to just give the players access to.
Or at least not in the same quantities that the villain would get access to. Like, of course, an Artificer would need to have it, as it would be a prerequisite to item enchanting.
Well, depending on... I mean, the thing is, if you're introducing something new into your game, you don't need to do it. You can make it anything you want. So, like, when you said, it's like you want to put this super magical substance into your world, but it's an issue because it's like uranium, that's not really an issue. That's a real issue. That's an issue that you are like choosing to put into your world. It doesn't need to act like uranium. What I would say is, if you're trying to make it something that the villains have more access to, but the players don't immediately get access to, I would say there's two ways you could go about it based on the limited understanding that I have of how it's going to interact with your world. One is you could legitimately make it like noxious, toxic to be around. So like it's bad, like the players wouldn't want to carry it around because it would literally like slowly eat away at their constitution over time or something like that. Then they maybe could go on a quest to get like a special chest that could hold it. And then they're sort of limited by, what they can fit in their box. The other thing that I would say is you could also just make it so like, just because something is really powerful doesn't mean you know how to use it, right? So like the villains, the people that they're assuming that this is going to be something that is like a key part of your world or your story, the villains could very easily have a much better understanding of how to use it than the players do. So even if the players do have a lot of it, it's like, okay. It's like if somebody gave me a fighter jet in real life, I wouldn't be able to do that much with it. I don't even know if I'd be able to turn it on. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm definitely instituting a kind of like noxiousness. There's another YouTuber called the Monster Guard that I'm almost directly stealing this from. And mana needs to literally be in a spellcaster's bloodstream to do magic, and over time that corrupts them in a process known as manamorphosis.
That sounds cool. I'm into that.
Because they didn't... Yeah, so basically, as far as I can tell, that mana doesn't naturally occur in living creatures. It likes to form around, like, repeating geometric patterns and other such things. So plants are really good at getting mana, but humans aren't, so they'd have to like tattoo their bodies or perform like scarification or
that sounds
other
really cool.
such means
that sounds
to get it into their bloodstreams. So it's like a wizard in this setting, I guess, would already have the knowledge of how to accrue it. Just don't want them to accrue mass quantities of it.
Yeah, and it's also like, you know, like I can do a little bit of math, but that doesn't mean I'm a physicist. You know what I mean? Like what I would say, here's what I would say. This is a completely made up thing. So at the end of the day, you have total control over how it interacts with the world. And an element of that interaction can be how easy it is to activate at different tiers. You can just decide, sure, the players can do this, this, and this with it, but they're not going to be able to do that, that, and that with it, even though the villains could, because A, I can just make the villains do different things because I'm the Dungeon Master and it doesn't matter. But B, you can just decide, oh, they have a different science for it. And it's like, yeah, you could learn that, but like that wouldn't be something that you would be able to learn in the time of like a campaign. So like it's just sort of a skill set that your characters aren't going to have. I do think that something to keep in mind is that just the most important thing I would say is just remember that like at the end of the day, you don't have to, the only rules you have to follow are the rules that you establish with the players. So if you leave things vague, then you can also kind of still be wishy-washy with it or make it whatever it needs to be. But when you do establish rules with it that you share with the players, you need to live by those rules. It's really not fun to have, as a player, to have like exceptions to those rules in the moment, you know, like, because the point of a player the only point for a player to understand the mechanics behind a thing is for them to interact with those mechanics intelligently, whether that means or intentionally, not necessarily intelligently, but for them to choose to be like, okay, those are mechanics, I'm going to try to interact with them. So if you don't want the players to be interacting with an aspect of those mechanics, just don't make them clear. Don't make them seem like mechanics they can interact with.
Okay.
And they could become ones later, like that could be mystery, but like, you know, they might, you know, but yeah, like it's no fun to tell the players, here's a really cool system that you get a part of. You know?
Yeah.
And then it also just gives you a little more flexibility. Cool.
Okay. Well, that's pretty good. That gives me something to chew on.
Yeah, man, Connor, that's a really fun idea. I also really like the idea that somebody in the chat said they might steal it. I also really like the idea of like magic being drawn to like geometric shapes. That's just a really far out. That's just cool. I dig that. That's really cool.
Yeah. Because that could mean, like, when a warlock grants powers, this strange symbol appears on them and just grows and increases in complexity as they gain power.
Yeah, it's fun. It's got a good dynamic to it. All right. I'm going to kick you out now, but you're wonderful.
Absolutely.
Bye. The queue is listed in a couple places. The queue, if you want it, I can put the queue. I'll put the queue in. I think I can just go, I just write display. Here, there's the queue. The queue is now in the stream events page. So if you go to stream events page, you can see the queue. That's an easier spot to put it. I put it in what's cool because what's cool is the place where not that many people post stuff. So it's just easy for me to keep track of there. In case other people were chatting in the stream events page. All right, let me grab Sin. If you are interested in joining, there's the thing. Hello, Sin. How are you?
Howdy. Doing all right.
What's new in your world?
Not a lot. Just continuing the slow drip on that villain you gave me a little bit of feedback on.
Which villain?
Oh, the illithid. Well, the human trying to become an illithid once more.
Oh, right. Cool. So what can I do for you this good evening?
Well, I had two questions. So one of them was regarding I have an artificer in the party, and I've essentially allowed them to make a rail gun that can shoot the Warforged from their ship to another ship.
Okay.
He has to make a con save, otherwise the magnetics kind of mess with him a bit.
That's
and
very
he ends up dying. And he'll go with like a chain on his ankle and just go through the other ship.
Yeah, that's hysterical.
So I'm just trying to figure out, like, do you know of a good table somewhere where I can get like impact damages for various ferromagnetic items that could be potentially chucked?
I don't think you need to think about it that way. Here's what I would say. I think you should decide do I want this to be something I base in science, or do I want this to be something I build for D&D intention? Because if you want it to be like hyper realistic, it's going to get sort of wonky sometimes. I think.
Oh yeah, no, I want it to be sort of gamified in the D&D sense, you know.
Yeah. So I mean, I probably would pick it. You could in the Dungeon Master's Guide. There's a table for like different weights of objects that fall. That might be a good thing. Like you could just base it off of the Warforged weight. And they could even do stuff then where it's like, all right, you're gonna go, but you're gonna wear this flak jacket, so you're gonna have like disadvantage on your attack rolls, but you're gonna be like really heavy, you know. But I'd probably do it by weight. So I'm somewhere in the Dungeon Master's Guide. I think there's a table for like how much damage creatures take from falling objects based on size or weight. That's what I would do. Unless you have like a different. I'm not sure what system you're using for ship to ship stuff, but if you're just basically using hit points and AC for ships, I think that would work fine.
Yeah, basically, I'm using Jordan's rules. I think he put them up on
Jordan with a PH.
Yeah.
Oh, I love Jordan with a PH.
Yeah, he's got some pretty good rules for running the ship. So that's what I've been doing. It brought back a lot of the old helms because again, I think I mentioned it before. I was trying to bring back some of the second edition content.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that could work really well. I would also just say you have to keep in mind that if you do use that specific table, that table is intended for the Dungeon Master to use against players, so you might need to tone it down a bit if you're giving it to the players. It might be kind of strong.
Okay. All right. Yeah, fair enough. Also, I mean, this is in regards to like the HP of a ship too, so that it might actually scale in favor of the players just enough to get past that. So who knows? We'll play around with it. My other question was regarding I have a custom race who has winged arms, so like they use their arms to fly, and so they have a fly speed, and I have it so that they can't carry anything like two-handed while they're flying and whatnot. But I'm just trying to think, should it be where they can't make any sort of weapon attacks and can't use any items that they're holding while they're flying, or just that they're at disadvantage to do so?
I'm sorry, their wings are their hands?
Yeah, rather they have hands on the ends of arms that function as wings. So like their hands are going up and down with that motion of flying.
I would probably, I mean, it depends. This is another one where it depends on how nitty gritty you want to get with it. I feel like disadvantage with melee attacks. I feel like disadvantage with attacks would be an easy way to do it. I also think that you could also make arguments for like different things being affected differently if you wanted to get more complicated with it. Like, especially if you're doing a sci-fi game. Like, I feel like a laser gun probably is not going to be as affected as like a sword, or like a wand. But yeah, disadvantage I think is a pretty easy way to handle it.
Well, if you were notating that, because I've been working with that to try to like build it out to something that might be in a publishable state.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just wondering, I don't want to make it like way too complex, because you know how some people can get a bit of a headache if they see a race option and it's got a table attached to it.
Yeah.
So you know, with that in mind, maybe I could just have a blurb about DM discretion on it, or
you
make
could also do something kind of. You could. What if it was like you have disadvantage on attacks with melee weapons and two-handed weapons? So, meaning that you basically don't have disadvantage on attacks with like hand crossbows and single hand guns, but anything that requires you to take two hands to wield, or as melee is harder to wield. You could even just do two-handed. You could. I mean, I could see an argument for somebody using their flap to swing a dagger.
Well, yeah. I think that two-weapon fighting would definitely work with that. I just don't think that using like a great weapon, I don't think that would work.
That's why I'm saying maybe limit it, have it only affect two-handed weapons. So that would be like longbows, rifles, great swords, stuff like that.
Okay. Yeah, I could do that where they just can't fly while they're doing that. And would you still have the disadvantage on melee attacks? for like light weapons or other weapons?
I think
that
it
would
really
fall in that
depends on what
category?
other features you give this guy. I'm always hesitant to go too many negatives.
Oh.
That's just sort of my style. I don't like giving too many downsides to features because then you sort of get into this like arms battle with yourself to like make it stronger to balance out the weaker, and then it ends up just being too strong in some places and too weak in others most of the time. So I would keep it simple.
All right. Well,
yeah. But again, like it depends on what
good
other
food
stuff
for
it has.
thought.
Flight is pretty strong, but it's not crazy strong.
Yeah.
It's not
Well,
like
that's good food
yeah.
for thought.
Yeah.
I'll be bringing it back during the members stream anyway to
Look at
fully
what
character
Matt
the
Thorne
Homebrew.
just wrote. That's pretty solid. He wrote, "You need both hands to fly. You can hold objects in each hand while flying, but not anything that would require two hands." Something like that could maybe
Nice.
work.
All right. Well, lastly, you're a wonderful person, and
Oh,
thank you so much.
I hate when they get away with the fucking compliments. I'm sick of the compliments. All right, some dude. I know you don't have any compliments for me. You just got life for me. What's up, some dude?
Not a whole lot.
How are you doing today?
Pretty decent.
Could you sit a little closer to your microphone?
I'll just turn up the mic gain.
Oh, perfect. That's perfect.
So, today, my question is, as you can probably assume, Homebrew. Specifically, I am
I love homebrew questions.
designing a sort of boss-ish monster, and it can summon or create or what have you minions. And I'm trying to figure out how strong I should make those minions.
How much of how strong is okay, so how much energy do you want the players to what's the goal of the minions from a gameplay perspective? Like, is the goal of the minions to
normal attacks,
is
basically?
Is to say that again?
So it's sort of to break up the boss's normal attacks.
But I mean, so is the goal of them to add action economy? Is the goal of them to add damage? Is the goal of them to take player focus in different directions? Is it to like
take player focus?
So then what I would suggest doing is making. I think you go in two routes then. I think you either give this guy like one or two minions that are just there, and those are just his minions. Maybe he can summon them once. And they're not tiny, or you make it so like he's constantly summoning minions and they have 1 hit point, or basically 1 hit point, so that it's like it depends on the vibe of the guy you're going for. But like I'm a big fan of the there's a bad guy with like a bunch of little monsters, and you can kill all those little monsters, and you probably need to kill a bunch of them, but they die quick.
Right, yeah, that helps. Because right now I have, in case CR helps, I have the main guy at CR 11, and just sort of purely pulling a ratio out of thin air, I made the summon about CR 4.
How often is it summoning things?
I have it on a recharge 5 or 6.
I don't think I think that's very strong.
Yeah.
Like if you're gonna make its minion a CR4, I would say give it 1 or 2, and then have it just be a one and done feature. Or if you want it to be a thing that it can do every turn and recharge, have it summon like 2 guys, but have them be like very quick to destroyed. So it's like sort of constantly happening. And the thing is, if you want it to be like this like growing mass of things this guy's making, then I feel like you accomplish that more with more of them coming out, and then players killing them quickly doesn't make it less scary. It just makes it less annoying.
Yes. And so I was also pondering the idea of maybe making it so that when the summon ability is up, it just has to take its turn to do that, and then so it'll pause its normal attacks for a turn.
Wait, say that again? I got lost in the sauce.
So, obviously it's got normal attacks.
multi-attack and that sort of thing. I was thinking when its summon ability is up, it uses the summon ability and it cannot make its normal attacks during that turn.
Oh, that makes sense. So it would be sort of like a dragon's breath attack.
Kind of, except instead of fire breath, it's
summoning things. But yeah, it takes up their whole action economy to do it. I think that's cool. I think that's fine. I think again, a lot of it's going to come down to like what you want this thing to feel like in combat. And
part of it is it's somewhat it's fairly durable. Like it doesn't have regeneration or anything, but it's durable, and so I want to break up the combat a little bit, so that it gets old just slow enough so that you'll kill it before it gets you're completely bored of the cycle.
I would argue that you should kill it way before that. I would argue that when I was a camp counselor, and then also when I was working with people that were doing like writing stuff, I argue that there was a symbol that we would used to do was this, which is if somebody was running a program and it was like, okay, cool, we can be done, is you would do this. And it means that we've peaked. We're at the top of the mountain. And you want to end when you're at the top of the mountain. You don't want to end when you're rolling down the other side. Because when you're rolling down the other side, that's still like, I'm starting to get bored. In any sort of activity you're running, I would argue that the best place to end is when people are excited to do more of it in the future. So I think in terms of like pacing, there's like a lot of different ways you could handle that. The other thing with whenever you're making monsters is it's like, you can only control the pacing to a certain extent, because at the end of the day, the dungeon master who's using it is going to do what they want with it and likely change it in a lot of different ways, which is partly why I think that you should have if your guy's going to be constantly summoning minions, they should have 1 hit point. That way it will affect the action economy, but it won't necessarily it won't make the game feel like a slog. Because, I don't know, I feel like if players like spend multiple turns attacking minions and not touching the boss, you get tired. You know, it's very, I don't know, this might be just my tables, but I feel like that different level tiers of bosses and stuff, it can work really well in D&D, but it has to be way more quick and fast paced than it works in like video games like Elden Ring or anything like that. Like like you shouldn't have 3 rounds in one stage and then 3 rounds in another stage and then 3 rounds in another stage. That's too long a fight, in my opinion. Does that make sense?
I think so.
You don't need to. That's not anything. That's like my personal opinion. But I feel like if a combat lasts more than like 6 rounds, it's like I'm fucking bored. You know, you can only make an attack roll so many times while it's like still exciting to make an attack roll.
Yes, I was feeling pretty uncertain about giving it as much health as I had to begin with, so I'll definitely nerf that.
You don't need to. I'm not gonna say do that. You don't know. This is the other thing about, because players can do crazy amounts of damage. Like it's not uncommon for a level 10+ player to like dish out like 50+ damage in a round. Like that's definitely doable.
That was about as many hit points as I had.
Yeah, so like
57 to be exact.
Yeah, so, you know, keep that. Have you run games for any high-level players before?
No.
I would strongly encourage you then to very, very, very keenly look at other monsters of that challenge rating. And don't look at 1 and base it off of it. Look at, like, 10 as, like, a spectrum to sort of get a sense of vibe there, because you can very easily underestimate or overestimate. It is exponentially easier to both underestimate and overestimate players the higher level they get. So I would say, I don't know if you're working in a vacuum or not, but I would encourage you to especially if you haven't run characters of that level, I would encourage you to do research.
Yeah, makes sense. I always do.
Cool. Anything else I can help you with on this fine day, good some dude Wilson?
No, I think that's it. The rest of my thoughts about this monster is something to be covered in the actual homebrew review stuff.
I will say that I do think that a boss type monster that gets minions that are part of his stat block, I think can be very, very cool when it's done well. So I do encourage you to work on it, and I'm curious to see what it turns into. Okay, but I'm gonna kick you out now. Bye.
Bye.
You're wonderful. Bye. That was some dude Wilson. How's it going, guys? Oh shoot, it's the Sovereign. The Sovereign's here. Everybody calm down. It's the Sovereign. They're not unmuting, so maybe they're not here. We'll see. We'll give them a moment. Give them a second. What's up, Tyler Crawford? How do I join Discord? The link is in the video description. What's up, Sovereign? How's it going?
Oh, I'm going pretty fine. Just let me get my script again.
Your script? Are you reading from a script?
Yeah, so I don't stumble over my words. I did this last time.
That's a smart move, dude. Well, are you prepared? Do you need a moment? Do you need me to stall? I can stall. Here, I'll talk to chat. You get ready. Let me know when you're ready.
Okay, I have it.
You have it? You ready?
Yeah.
All right, solid. Yeah, so what's your question? How can I help you?
I need help to actually challenge my players during the final boss of my campaign. There is only 2 of them, but they are not to be underestimated, especially because they're level 11, and you know how hard those higher levels get.
Yeah, and I'm going to make it...
During a session with... Sorry.
No, continue.
During a session, which later had to be retconned, I sent the previously mentioned boss out to rough him up a bit, as I thought they were getting overconfident. Long story short, the 2 of them liquefied his insides using a tiny little bronze dragon familiar, and they killed both of his assistants, one of which had previously killed one of their PCs.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay, so, first of all, great question. This is a question that I think people struggle with, whether it's their first day playing D&D or a late day. So I'm going to make an assumption. I'm going to make a guess. Am I correct in assuming that they also probably have some really cool magic items?
What do you mean by magic item? Because
powerful items, a +2 sword that shoots fire, wings, magic items, cool, powerful items.
Well, you see, they throw around their magic items a lot, and most of them either get rapidly destroyed or sold off. But currently, their most powerful magic item is a sentient sword named Pin that is currently controlling an adamantine apparatus the size of a Goliath, and he just runs up and punches people.
So the answer is yes. Now, there's something wonderful about when you give players crazy cool items. So I also, both of the examples you gave make me think that you are the type of dungeon master that really likes saying yes and, because those are crazy situations to have come across. So if you are a yes and dungeon master, and you are a dungeon master that has yes anded your way into giving your players some pretty powerful tools, you are in a unique position because you have a challenge. But you could also think of that challenge as a blessing. So you're looking at it like, how do I challenge my players? What I'm going to say is you can do anything you want. Now, I don't mean you should have your players fight 10 ancient dragons, but they're level 11. Which means that they are very strong. They have a lot of tools. It sounds like they have sort of a crazy apparatus of koalas minion magic sword monster, which is friggin' awesome. So what I'm going to suggest to you is, do you have access to like monster manual stuff? Monsters in the monster manual? Or any of the monster books? Okay. So what I'm going to suggest is you're going to skip right past challenge 11. You're going to skip past 12. You're going to maybe skip past 13. And you're going to start looking at challenge rating 14 monsters. Challenge rating 14, I don't know what it is about challenge rating 14. It's a solid challenge rating. This is where you get like things like beholders and stuff like that. But like if your players are really kicking butt, then you can kind of make them fight something really scary. The other thing that I want to suggest is don't have them necessarily fight one thing. So you could do a couple things. One, you could have like it be a dungeon that they need to get through to get to the last boss where they don't get chances to rest in between. So maybe instead of just full rest, full energy going in to fight the boss, they have too little fights first. So when they go into the last boss, they're missing some hit points. They're missing some resources, you know, so it's a little bit more cutthroat. The other thing, and this is sort of going off of the some dude Wilson who just called in before, is have the boss have like a handful of minions with them. Even if the minions are not strong, and they shouldn't be that strong, having just like 4 or 5 other things that the players have to contend with, whether it's like just stopping them or whatever, can like significantly change the power dynamic of a fight. As much as players can be very powerful, and the thing is, they should be, right? Like the whole point of D&D is to tell an awesome story where the dungeon master like guides the story and the players play the hero. So they should be awesome. They should win. But action economy is incredibly important. And what action economy means is literally how many turns everything gets. So like basically the players get a number of turns equal to them plus their allies. So if there's 2 players and they have a minion, that's like basically they get 3 turns. And then the bad guys, if there's just one of them, they basically get 1 turn. But if they have 5 minions, now suddenly they have 6 turns on their team. And it ends up, even though the numbers don't always necessarily aren't going to be huge, even just having those extra turns is a big difference. So those are my 2 pieces of advice. I would say don't be scared of throwing something big and scary at them, and give your monster minions.
I do have an idea that's kind of similar to that I wanted to run by you while I'm here. But before I do that, I have to give you some basic context.
I'm listening. I'm
First of all,
prepared.
how the boss fight is going to work is that the 2 players and 1 NPC that's just kind of there for healing that they picked up along the way is supposed to defend this 1 mage from the BBEG. The mage is like doing a spell or something and he can't fight back, so they have to protect him. And one of the players doesn't have anymore, had an incredibly abusive demigod mother who he later fought with and melted down her soul into a sword. Now the
classic demigod mothers, am I right?
Yep. I didn't know that was a classic. But
I
okay.
don't think it is. I'm just kidding. Continue.
The powerful part about this character was that she doesn't really have any weapons or anything. Her ability is that she can turn into anything on the periodic table, like a changeling turns into a different race.
So she can become like aluminum or boron?
Kinda, but what she did is she would turn herself into a rich cobalt and just give everybody radiation poisoning. And since she can turn herself into oxygen and completely dodge all attacks, the only way for them to actually harm her was to use this special kind of fire to melt her down and put her in a sword. And the BBG has a gauntlet which can reverse that. So he's just going to reverse it, and while they're busy fighting the radiation woman, just sidestep him and stab the mage.
Okay. That all sounds cool. I don't know what the question is. That just sounds like you're going to just destroy people.
Well, I was just asking for feedback about that. If it's a good idea, I don't.
So okay,
I want to challenge it. I don't want to murder them.
Yeah. So here's my. I guess what I would say is, what I would do is this in that situation. I would create a situation where the players have the ability to prevent that from happening. So like, if the bad guy has the gauntlet that will turn the sword back into the crazy woman, you could sort of make the fight built around trying to prevent the bad guy from reawakening the crazy woman. The other thing that I would say is you can also make it so, like, maybe she doesn't want to be in the fight. Like, she could also just be like, I would rather, I am a person again for the first time in who knows how long. I can choose to stay here and fight, or I can turn into air and leave. And like not have to deal with this anymore. So like maybe she would just be like, I'm out. I'm gonna take a week. I'm gonna go get some nice food. I'm gonna sit and sleep in a nice bed for a little while. When I'm well rested, then I'll come kill the players that I need to kill. So she doesn't need to necessarily be in that fight if you don't want her to be.
That is actually a really good idea, and I love that idea because that gives me an excuse to shove her into every future campaign because she is a very, very detailed NPC.
Yeah. Like,
she's like a turquoise ghost with a pirate uniform in the middle of the medieval era.
that's fun. But yeah, I mean, everything, like, there are certain monsters in D&D that are dumb, and there's certain monsters in D&D that are smart, and then there's certain monsters in D&D that genuinely care about their survival, and there's ones that don't. And I do think that when there are monsters that are intelligent, or creatures, or people, or whatever, having them want to survive and, like, acknowledge that they have things that they care about that might not be the players, I feel like that is one of the ways that makes D&D kind of feel like a world more than just like a game, you know? And then on the other side of that, when you do make characters want to survive and like do things like stop a fight or like surrender, things like that would like make them want to survive or retreat or whatever. Then when you have players fight creatures that don't care about survival, whether it's oozes or undead or constructs or whatever, then it makes those monsters a little bit scarier because they are so uncaring about themselves, their survival, which is like now a strange thing, you know? It's the contrast.
Or we could do something a bit in between. Since if she's in physical form, she can be hurt. The only way to hurt her when she's in her air form is psychic damage. And I'm thinking she could join the fight, but, you know, try to attack the party. But if things are starting to look rough or she just gets bored, she can turn into air and leave. They don't have, like, a psychic grapple or anything. So at most, they could just do a few points of psychic damage before she just leaves.
I would strongly encourage you not... Here's what I'm going to say. I would not have her decide to randomly leave, only because I feel like the players might interpret that as like you changing the fight in the middle to like accommodate your needs. I would have her just fucking leave. I would have her just be like, you know what? I'm done. Maybe do one thing. Maybe it takes her a round to get out of there so the players can interact with her for a round. But I would have her be goal oriented from the start. I wouldn't have her switch options. I would either have her be like, I'm here or I'm gone. Because if you have her switch in the middle, I feel like your players might be like, okay, he's throwing us a bone, or okay, he's trying to make it harder. And you don't need to do that. You want it to feel real, you know?
I do like that. That is a good point.
And then you also don't need to worry about balancing her powers with the boss's power. You can just focus on the boss.
The entire point of that little ghost character was that she was supposed to be invincible. If there was ever a point in my campaign where I needed some tension or the players were getting too overconfident, I would throw the immortal radiation lady at them and they would have to run away.
That's intense.
It actually was a really big plot point because one of my characters got so irradiated they couldn't use magic. Because in my setting, radiation is anti-magic. They had to go on this whole thing to try to remove the radiation from their blood. And I bet that specific player was terrified of that happening again. That's
very cool. Cool, man. I think sounds like you got a lot of cool stuff cooking. Love to hear it. I appreciate the call. You're a champion. Go out there and cause some havoc. All right, I'm hanging up on you now.
All right, good luck. Bye.
Thank you. Bye. All right, that was the Sovereign. All right, I'm bringing in the Ogre King. The Ogre King. I'm bringing him in.
Yes.
Hello, great king. I did not know. Excuse me. Let me prepare. Here, I did not realize we had royalty. I feel underdressed. How are you?
I am doing okay. I'm unfortunately recovering from shingles.
Oh no! Wait, I'm putting on some royal music for us.
But I do speak on behalf of all of the ogres.
How are the kingdoms going?
They're good, and they are following your commands.
And the harvests, the harvests have been good. The humans have left good offerings this season.
Well, they didn't leave offerings, but we did take all their
potatoes, tomatoes. You know what I mean.
Exactly.
I'm translating it for YouTube. No, I'm not a king. I don't do politics. But anyway, how can I help you today, Ogre King?
Okay, so I am at a new precipice. I have reached level 10 with a cleric, and I have my divine intervention. And now I'm like, whoa, what do I do next?
Do you mean what do you next in terms of your next level up? Like how should you build your character?
Yeah, that's because I'm basically the only
subclass are
support
you?
in the cleric of order. So I have a lot of the support going.
And are you thinking about switching, doing another class, or are you just not sure what spells you should be taking?
Well, the one thing to preface is that unfortunately I do have I was cursed from the start. Oh, my rolls were 11s, 12s, and a 15. So the 15 was my wisdom. So I've been taking feats as opposed to leveling up to where it's easier to pick classes. So feats are pretty much what I'm relegated to at this point.
But I mean, there are quite a lot of spells that don't have anything to do with saving throws or attack rolls.
Yeah, I know. I would just see if there's some advice maybe I had to go forward with that, because the last thing I took was Shield Master, which has been working really well.
I mean, I will say, how many you only get? You've gotten 2 options. You got 2 feats so far. You won't get an option for another feat to level 12.
Correct.
So you want to know what other feat I would suggest?
Yeah, how about we'll just make it simple like that, so we can move this thing along.
Well, I'm just trying to understand what your question is.
Oh, my question is just, let's say that. What would be a great feat to look forward to?
Oh, and you doing a lot of healing stuff?
Yeah, I'm the healer.
Do you like cooking?
We do have a chef actually already.
All right, well then don't take chef. I think that you have a couple options. I mean, there's always, like, if you're trying to do some non-magical healing, there's always the healer feat. Observant is always really good for just like situational awareness. Lucky is great for keeping yourself alive. Magic initiative's good if you need a handful of other like little bits and pieces. Although I do think Fey touched or Shadow touched are better. If you're trying to get extra spells. Spell Sniper can be kind of good. Oh, never mind. Ignore the thing I just said. Ignore Spell Sniper. Ignore that. I misread it. Warcaster is a great one. I would like those. That's the direction I would go in. That's generally the direction I would go in. The thing is, when you said you decided to go mostly feats, I'm a firm believer that feats are really cool, but I feel like I don't pick feats at all unless they are for a specific character build. So I don't know how I would build, like, if I were you, honestly, I would start trying to figure out how to get my stats up. That's would be like the goal. And in the meantime, I would probably take spells, and I would just make sure I was focusing on spells and abilities that were not so reliant on saving throws or attack rolls.
Oh yeah, I've abandoned that. I'm mostly just I'm padding as opposed to.
So yeah, I mean, if you're just looking for more tools in your toolbox, I would say look at the feats that give you access to other spells, just so you can add more spells. I would say look at there's a feat that gives you a warlock invocation. There's always some weird stuff you can do with that. Like Devil Sight is super useful on a cleric. Being able to see through magical darkness is incredibly useful on anyone, but especially a cleric, so you can be like doing stuff to your buddies even if they're far away and through magical darkness. That kind of stuff. That's sort of where my head goes.
Yeah. That sounds like a good bit of advice.
What's your cleric's name?
His name is Claremont Regile Montregis Glendor.
That's a good fucking name, dude.
Trans.
That's a great name.
But they don't know that yet. They'll find out eventually once they ask enough questions. But
Cool, man. Cool. All right. I hope that was somewhat helpful. I wish you luck with your low stat, high level character.
Absolutely. Well, curses are the best.
Yeah. All right, buddy. Have a good one. Tell the
We light the bonfires for you today.
Yeah. Please. Let everyone know the thunder says hi. All right. See ya. All right. That was I forget who that was because I just kicked them out. But it was one of our buddies. And we are gonna bring in another buddy. I'm very pro trans rights. Hi D, what's up? You're muted and deafened. I should change this music. You're not royalty. It was the Ogre King. I know who it was. Shut up. I'm just kidding. You don't need to shut up. You can't forget the Ogre King. I was trying to be offensive because the ogres don't always take it well, and it's funny. All right, this guy better. Hey D. Hey D. Hey, whatever your name is. Hey. Your name is. Hey, you. I'm going to kick you out of the chat soon. You're going to miss your chance. 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 All right, I'm going to skip you. I'm skipping you. All right, he's disconnected. All right, next up, we have name. By any other would sound as sweet. Hello, name. What is a name? What's in a name? Hello?
I had to mute you. Can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
I can. It works out.
Oh, what wonderful tales we weave. How's it going?
I'm pretty good. Pretty good.
What kind of question?
I've been up.
You've been up?
Question.
You've been up?
Well, I mean, I'm always awake.
Me too, man. Sleep is for the dead.
I know, it's terrible. They keep taking it from me.
Well, what can I do for you? Listen, you got to take it back. You got to cast Turn Undead more often. What can I do for you tonight, good sir?
Okay, so I have a subclass question.
Oh, I love a good subclass question.
So I think you've seen the little bits of Homebrew that you've reviewed of mine. Have come across as I'm a big fan of having a small debuff for a slightly better buff kind of thing.
Remind me of things that I've seen of yours.
I did the healing spells. I did the healing spells that
yes.
were
Yes.
like
Yes.
the
Yes. Yes.
5
Okay.
variants.
Yes,
Yeah.
I remember.
Yeah. No, so I wanted to do more kind of stuff, but trying to put just a whole subclass, and I've been trying to work on a wizard subclass.
Okay. So what's your question on wizard subclasses?
So it's more that I have a mechanical disadvantage that I would love to impart as part of the wizard subclass, but
Cool.
I don't know how gauche that is.
Yeah, well, let me tell me what it is. Speak it to me.
So the mechanical disadvantage is to lose a limb.
Okay.
So I would basically have you have a magic kind of missing limb kind of thing. So I basically say you can't use two-handed weapons and your climb speed is reduced, but you can cast certain spells without somatic components and some other little bonuses. So it's not meant to be super bad for wizards because wizard and not like a melee class.
My question
but I don't know how crazy that is.
Well, I think it depends on what that arm, I think it depends on why you lose the arm and what it's replaced with. Because you have to keep in mind that prosthetic limbs are uncommon magic items in D&D.
Yeah.
You know what
so I mean? Yeah, no, I understand. I was basically saying that the idea is that you are doing magic with the absence of a limb. So a prosthetic arm would basically disable it because it's.
Okay, so you have a ghost arm that does magic with you.
Yeah, you have a ghost arm that does magic.
Okay, I think that this is what I would probably do. I would probably create some mechanic for it where you could have the ghost arm focused on a physical activity, and while it was focused on a physical activity, you could do stuff as normal. But you couldn't do the other stuff with it. That is requiring its focus.
That's fine.
So, if you have it in ghost arm mode, you can eat with a fork and knife. You can climb. You can use a great sword. But when you're doing regular magic stuff, you basically just have to limit yourself. I would do it like that because then I think it would be totally fine, and you could basically do all of those limitations you just said, and it would be fine.
I just don't know how weird it is to put an intentional disadvantage in a subclass because I don't see them.
I think that it here's what I'll say, and this is probably true of anything, but this is a more extreme example, is anything can fit if you justify its existence. So if the subclass is built in such a way that it feels like it really takes advantage of and sort of needs that component, then I think it can work fine. I think the only reason it wouldn't work would be if you could look at it at the end of the day and say, you know what, this works totally fine if you just described it as an arm tattoo. Like, that's what you don't want.
Right. I've put there's enough flavor in it that would be weird. But no, my whole point was just kind of like, one, is that too much to put in a sub? I don't want to screw over players.
Here's what I'll say. I don't think it's too much to put in a subclass, but I will also say that it will definitely turn off a audience of players.
Sure.
Because it's that, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's bad. Like, if you think it's a cool idea and you want to work with that cool idea, then you should just work with that cool idea. So long as it can be justified in the mechanics, then I think it's fine, and then it's just a matter of opinion. And the thing is, man, everybody's stupid. This is the thing that I don't talk about too much on other streams, but on this stream, I'm not looking at anybody's work, so I don't need to be kind all the time. Everyone makes exactly the thing that they think is cool. Nobody thinks it's cool. Maybe other people think it's cool sometimes, and that's when you strike gold. Do you know the writer Ray Bradbury? Have you heard of him?
Yeah, I love him. Yeah, he's great stuff.
Yeah, one of my favorite writers. He has a great quote where somebody was like, how do you write so many amazing short stories? And the quote is, he says, I write a story once a week, every week. And I guarantee that if you write a story once a week, every week, after a year, you'll have 49 terrible stories and 3 amazing stories. And that's, I kind of see it's similar logic, you know?
Yeah. He actually is my favorite short story, which is There Will Come Soft Rains. So
that's a good one.
I love that.
Yeah,
story.
I love Ray Bradbury.
So
But what I mean by that is, like, at the end of the day, you're gonna love some of your stuff, you're gonna hate some of your stuff, and the people's opinions of it only matter so much as you care about it being popular. What matters more for, like, the quality, which will also speak to, I think, the more of the audience, is that the mechanics are justified by the flavor and vice versa. If you're doing that, then you're fine, and then you don't need to worry about it. Because I do think it's a little odd, but I don't think it's bad odd. I think it's cool.
I try to I like the idea of disadvantages as kind of not a way of making up for an advantage, but just as a thing to work around, as kind of a fun thing, because I think that certain conditions and certain ideas are sometimes underutilized, and I would love to see more of it. And making the players get to pick when that happens is kind of fun. That's been my attempt, is to make a wizard who does magic with the limb they do not have.
I think that is a cool enough concept that if you are asking my personal opinion, not my teachery opinion, opinion, that is a cool enough concept that I do think it is worth pursuing.
Okay. That's been kind of my big focus on just doing stuff and just making sure that doesn't. Because one thing I originally wanted to avoid was to avoid actually adding mechanics for somebody who just has a flavorful missing limb. Yeah. Like, I'd want it to be explicit to the subclass, and wondered if that was a reasonable way to go about that. Like, just to be like, if you take this subclass, these are the downsides. You can't, like, if you've used magic in the last, I don't know, hour, you can't climb at a regular speed or some kind of.
I wouldn't make it so complicated. What I would probably do is I would probably make it an on-off switch thing. It's like, if the arm is in physical mode, then you're cut off from the other subclass features or something like that. That's probably how I would do it.
Okay, that might be good.
Because if it's an on-off mode, then it still is an interesting dynamic to engage with and play, but you're no longer needing to, like, time gate or resource manage, like being able to do ordinary things versus cast spells.
Yeah, that's fair.
But
that's
also, just do whatever you want. Don't listen to me.
Yeah,
I don't know what I'm
talking about. Yeah, no, I just kind of, the problem is you have a cool idea in your head, and my goal is often to, like, turn the cool idea in my head, which is not D&D appropriate. Like, the mechanics are too mean or too
They're only not
weird.
D&D appropriate if the table doesn't want to use them.
Oh, no. I mean, in a sense of, like, D&D isn't designed around certain experiences.
Yeah, that's
And,
true. I hear you. Yeah.
And so I try to, like, shape a thing. The worst thing I can do, or the worst thing is to have the idea just not fit with having a good time and playing the game that we're all playing.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Yeah.
So I've been doing that. And that's basically it. No more cool stuff. As I said, I've been working on this as like an idea for a subclass, but don't know how weird it is to put disadvantages in a subclass. Like when you take this subclass, bad things happen.
Yeah, I think as long as they're bad things that are like manageable in the subclass, I think it's fine.
Oh yeah. I don't want to make it so your character cannot do A, B, and C, and it's terrible, and they can't go anywhere, and they're basically horrible.
Yeah.
But no, but big fan of that like buff debuff mechanic.
Yeah, it can be a lot of fun.
And I want more of it. I want more of it, and there's not a lot.
Well, be the harbinger. You know, be the point of the spear that breaks through the boundaries of mechanical balance and blechel. All right, name. That's a really cool idea. I'm excited to see how. I'm excited to see how it goes, and I'm hanging up on you now. Bye. That was name. What's in a name? Who's to say? Next is Dragonos.
Hey there, Cinder. Yep, it is Dragonos Savior here.
How's it going, buddy?
It is going fantastically. I always have a blast when I come and join you here. Always a privilege to bathe in your eldritch light. Everybody's questions have all been, very much campaign-based, mechanically based. I kind of just have a fun D&D get-to-know-you question for you. What are a few examples of some magical items that you particularly loved receiving, and why?
Magical items that I loved receiving?
Yes, sir.
So, to give you a little bit of context, I have played in very few long-form campaigns as a player that weren't pretty much like module-based, or very low magic item based. So I'll tell you two. One is kind of bland, and then one I think is a little bit less bland. The magic item that I got that I liked the most, that I used the most, was also Dice Admiral. I'll pull you in next. I see you. The one that I liked the most that I used in Curse of Strahd, I was playing a Hexblade Warlock, and I had a Sunblade. That was cool. It was fun to use the Sunblade as a Hexblade Warlock. That was a lot of fun, and especially just because it's like you're just fighting so many vampires and undead. It was very power fantasy.
Right. What a great one for Curse of Strahd, honestly.
Yeah, and then the one that I have that I love right now, that my favorite magic item that I have right now is so I play in a D&D podcast called Rally. Unbalanced Encounters. Go check it out if you want to. Pitch, whatever. I play a giant Warforged, like a 700-pound, really big, like almost like Zelda style, like giant chest, giant arms, little legs, little head, big ceramic golem.
Damn boy, he's thick.
Yeah, he's super thick. He's really fun. But I have these special boots that give me a climb speed equal to my walking speed, but they also let me once a day jump 30 feet. So I can basically like launch myself and like scale buildings. So I kind of, when I'm actively using it, we've only recently gone into like cities. We've been in small town, but like in the city with these features, I feel like Venom. Like I feel like I'm like leaping up buildings and stuff. So it's friggin' awesome. I really like it.
That is a badass vibe.
I will say this. There are definitely different things that people like more or less when they are playing D&D. And the most excited I am when I'm playing D&D is when I'm a character that has cool movement stuff. So, like, I don't know what it is, but to me, the idea of being able to jump really far and climb really well is cooler than being able to fly. in my opinion. I don't know what it is, but there's something about like launching yourself and like the cha-chung, 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 that I'm just like, oh, that's so much fun. So I'm all about that stuff.
All right. Well, hey, I really appreciate you. It's been fantastic. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, man. By the way, before you go, you got like 6 people were like, "That's your voice. Your voice is so cool." So you got a lot of voice compliments in the chat.
I appreciate it, chat. Much love, everybody.
All right, buddy. Have a good one. That was Dragonos. All right, I see you, Dice Admiral. I'm not gonna do this all the time. You're getting a special exemption. I'm pulling you in now. No more. That was the one that we do. That was my one kindness this stream.
Oh no!
How's it going,
now
buddy?
No one else gets to be kinded to.
How's it going?
I'm doing pretty well. Apologize for complaining.
What'd you complain about?
Oh, missing the thing.
Oh, it's fine. It was outlandish. I turn on like cartoon mode when I respond to things like that, so don't take anything I say to heart. But how can I help you tonight?
Yeah, I got a different question than some of these other ones, hopefully. But so I'm looking for more story ideas, kind of like previous questions I've had before. So the scenario, and I'll try to give. It's always tricky to give enough detail to be helpful without telling the whole story of the campaign.
I'm going to be very honest with you. You sound like a man that can take a bit of honesty.
Go for it.
9 times out of 10, I need about a quarter of the information that I'm given.
Okay.
That's not always true. I would say that's not always true.
Short.
Maybe a little bit less, maybe half. But I think that people like to tell their D&D stories, so they always tell a little bit more than they need to.
Yeah, I know I can be long-winded. I try to be short. So here's the very basic version of it. The party is out hunting a pirate. They set a trap for him, and he showed up. They're in a boarding action right now, and there's another ship that one of the other players is driving around shooting.
Cool.
To keep the
great
ship
scene.
It's awesome so far. I'm really enjoying it. But to keep the one player in the other ship, have him something more to do than just sit there and fire the cannon, which is kind of like he gets one roll a turn around and that's it. I had another ship come in at the end of the last session. It's got no flag on it. It's sort of like a cliffhanger, blah, blah, blah. Now, you have to deal with 2 things. And I sort of set that up for myself, and I didn't know exactly what I wanted to do with the ship. It could be like some ideas I had. It could be backup for the pirate there ambushing. It could be the Royal Navy. It could be a random merchant. But I'm kind of angling for something that's like, I want to kind of put it off and see how the battle goes so I can kind of choose what it's going to be to make it be most interesting. But if there's an idea that you can suggest that wouldn't just like, if it's another pirate, then they're probably screwed. They're outgunned. But if it's like the Navy, then it just flips the battle in their favor. I'm looking for something more middle ground that is still interesting, and it's not just, that boat just happens to be there and they're just watching.
How magical is your game world?
I'm not sure how to. It's kind of standard D&D. They're running Ghosts of Saltmarsh. If you're familiar with
okay. I'm medium familiar. So yeah, there's wizards and stuff.
Yeah. There's actually wizards on the pirate ship they're fighting, which is awesome because you get like lightning bolts and thrown off the decks and stuff.
What if it's like a sea cult, like a group of people that worship like a bunch of tempest clerics and storm sorcerers that are like wandering the sea, and maybe they're judging people, or they're looking for something, and maybe they're like deciding who they're gonna side. They're sort of watching this to see what happens to maybe, or to get the loot of the ship that sinks, or stuff like that. What if it's like a weird religious sea cult?
That is a pretty cool idea. One of the player characters is a storm, or is a tempest cleric.
I mean, so that could tie in nicely, especially I don't know how you do gods and stuff, but especially if they're like not the same types of tempest clerics that he is, but it sort of creates this. It's like, oh, there's like different. You guys are a little like, you're weird. You're like, there's the tempest clerics that are like, it is I was born when my mother was struck by lightning, and I shall guide the winds. And then there's also the tempest cleric that's like, I've collected all the barnacles and I'm gonna be making a stew. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, I do.
So I would encourage you to get a weird with it.
Okay.
I'm a big fan of creating little when I have done very little pirate campaigning, and that's not true. I did a lot, but a long time ago. But one of my favorite things to do was to sort of turn ships into almost like little towns or like little ecosystems where it's like, you're going to learn about the world because this is a ship where everybody worships. Like, everybody's on this ship because like, you know, you have ships that are like merchant ships and trader ships and travel ships, so it's like, you know, smorgasbords of people. But you also have people that are just like, this is just like what we do. It's like, yeah, we just like go around and we're whale chasers, you know, or whatever. So I if you haven't done anything like that yet and you want to throw in something that's like a little bit weird and different, doing like a town, like a little community that is like almost even they could even be like isolationist, you know. It's like we choose the sea over the land, you know.
Oh yeah. Maybe they're attracted by death on the seas, right?
Or maybe they're
they're
following the sharks, you know?
Yeah, I like that. I could play with that. That's a good idea.
Zeke also said a good idea, which I think is fun, which is just have it be a mimic ship.
Oh.
And just have it start trying to eat one of the ships.
That's fun too. I
might that's a little hectic, but that is that.
I might compile a list of ideas and roll my own die.
I feel like pirate adventures are like so ready for weird sea worshipping, slightly eldritch things because they're not always on the nose, but they just like dance around it. So that's why I leaned into like the sea cult. But you should do it. You should do.
Yeah, I mean, they've found evidence of a Kraken cult before, so. They didn't encounter them directly, but yeah, that will fit in, and we haven't gotten too weird yet, which is good. Gives me lots of room for that. I think that will fit in great.
Cool.
Thank you so much. That's
no problem.
And thanks for the feedback yesterday on the creature.
Remind me which creature you sent me.
It was a little elephant that
oh my god, I loved that. Okay, that was a really, really good example of a creature that is like an encounter in a creature. Those that, to me, that's like, ooh, that's a solid little design right there. I liked it a lot.
I didn't get in the I need to put it in the document if I'm going to share it more, but it was partially inspired by a Zebashu video where he had this Arctic creature that blasted you with water. And he would put out your campfires and freeze you.
That's cool.
And then eat you like a popsicle.
Yeah, that's
so great. I was like, what would a jungle version of that look like? Well, it would make the flies eat you, and then it would suck out your innards.
That's awesome. All right, buddy. Have a good one. Admiral. All right, so what did you say? Michael Lee said, so I've got a question about homebrew rules. Some of my friends and I are torn on, we have homebrew rule that allows players to forego their movement to gain an additional bonus action. I wouldn't do that. Bonus actions aren't designed to be used in such a way. But if it's fun, then you should use it. All right, next is another name that I can't see because it's just a bunch of letters, but I'm pulling you in. This is your I. This is I. Hello. You should also know where you are in the thing. You can see. Cosmic Code, you're up next. But now I have I. Crab. Hello. Unmute. Welcome. 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 Please unmute. Please, please. Unmute. Please, please. Unmute. L. Your name is L. You're not unmuting. All right, how long do we wait? How long do we wait before we make them before
Wait.
Oh, hello, there you are. How's it going?
Shit.
Oh, hello?
Can you hear me?
I can. How's it going? Hello.
I'm sorry, my internet's dying right now. Holy shit.
Oh no. Quick, ask your question.
Better, wait.
All right, I'll wait. I'll wait. I'll distract chat for a second.
Distract chat for a bit. Okay, I'm ready.
Okay, you're back.
To that guy, like 3 steps behind me, that gave me the idea for the script. Thank you. First of all, I have a script too, because my English is very bad. English not good. If you know what I mean.
That's okay.
First of all, I just want to comment on the stream that I've been to. I swear to God, the wording is not intentional. The girthy hands and the muzzle cock. Those were not intentional. I swear.
That's okay. That's okay.
Like, because in my language sounds so stupid.
No. Don't worry about it. Listen. Sometimes the best art is unintentional. You know.
So, no, you needed to see. It was so funny when suddenly you pronounced the name of the muzzle, and I was like, wait. Okay. I have a bunch of little questions,
Sure.
but they won't take much time. First of all, do you think it's bad to have in-game NPCs being mad of you mispronouncing words?
I think it depends on the NPC.
Like, it's the name of their god or the name of their city.
Yeah, if they take a lot of pride in their god or their city or their name, that totally makes sense.
Because I'm known in my D&D group for the weird name guy. Like, the main name of the city is Aquatzenquadlerberg.
Great name.
And nobody in my group is able to pronounce that.
Well, then I think the question might be, if you know that that's the problem that all of your players have, maybe you need to be a little bit more patient.
It could be funny.
I guess. Here's what I'd say. I wouldn't try to make it. If you know your players are struggling to pronounce the names, I would probably either not care as much or tone them down a little bit.
Okay. Second question. Mm-hmm. I've never DM'd to a high level party. Mm-hmm. My campaign, the highest level campaign was like level 7.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm planning on do like level 12 on this one.
Cool.
So what would be a good time? A good monster to like compare to, because I want to homebrew my own final boss, and I want to start working on it right now.
Mm-hmm.
I want to be like a little girl because in my world the gods don't exist in my world, in my homebrew setting.
Mm-hmm.
So like some mad mage tried to make his own god. Like, I'm gonna forge this god with my will and my own power. And then he made like this little girl that has like Tiamat inside of her. Like, she has all the chromatic dragons inside of her.
Mm-hmm.
And I want she to be the final boss.
And they're gonna be level 12, you think, when they fight the final boss?
Around. And it's a very high fantasy. They are starting with magic items. Like, I'm making so like even the beggars have magic items. Like, they have little healing stones. Or like, magic items are so prevalent that they can be single use. You see with the muzzle breaks.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like, magic is like electricity.
Yeah. Okay, so good monsters to build off of. The Beholder is a classic. It's CR 14, has a lot of interesting things going on. I would say any of the gemstone dragons, like the adult amethyst dragon, would probably be cool. The adult sapphire dragon, the adult solar dragon. Those are all ones that you could probably. I would lean into looking at monsters with legendary actions, because you're gonna want this guy to have legendary actions. Elder Brain is another weird good one.
If you hear any sounds, my sister.
Say that again.
If you hear any weird sounds, it's just my little sister.
That's okay. No worries. Dude, I got 2 little sisters. They're all over the place. I would also look at the Star Spawn, like the Star Spawn Larva Mage or Larva Sorcerer. What are they called? The Star Spawn Larva Mage. Oh, I was right the first time. Or the Storm Giant Quintessent is another one. But yeah, I would look at monsters between CR 14 and 16. And I would look at the ones that specifically have legendary actions.
Okay, thank you. Next little question. Still working on the final boss thing. Like, I wanted her to be like found early and be like a recurrent. recurring throughout the campaign.
Mm-hmm.
But like she'll be like in the question of flavor. I think are really good in like flavoring things. So I have good ideas. To my knowledge, I think. So when they find her, she'll be like just a little girl, a little, not little, a little distressed girl, and she'll try to hide the fact that she has like 5 chromatic dragons inside of her. So like the party will try to help her, and then she'll be like a menace in the city.
Cool.
Do you think that will be like too douche to do? Like, oh, look at this little girl, help her. Oh no, she's the main villain.
So there's no, so long as you do 2 things. One, if you're going to introduce a villain disguised as a nice person, you need to either find ways to foreshadow it, like to give clues that this kid might be more than they let on. And you also have to be willing to let your players potentially figure it out before you want them to.
Figure it out. Yes. Okay. The clue that I was planning to do was like 3 clues. First of all, her charisma checks are going to be extremely high. She'll have extremely high charisma. So I think they'll be like, wait, why does this kid have like +7 charisma? What the fuck?
Mm-hmm.
Second of all, she'll be really well like. Not guarded. That's not the word. Aprisioned? What's the word? Help me, Cinder. Here. Should be really big. Should be really big. No. Should be really secure. Not secure.
Confident.
No. Should be like tied. So, like, should be like big chains with runes on it, like to keep her. Agatha.
Oh, she's like tied up.
Yes, she'll be like.
Oh, she's chained up.
Really,
oh, okay, yeah. She'll be like really intensely restrained.
Like,
I got you.
I went to the pool like, why are this Agatha? What were?
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
I'm sorry, my sister.
It's okay. Don't worry about it. Yeah, so like that. Those are both good. Yeah, those both good ideas.
So strongly tied up. Like
Yeah.
I think that would be a good key.
Yeah, I think that could work fine. So as long as there's clues and that the players can figure it out, I think you're fine. The only time it's really not okay to trick a player is if you genuinely don't give them any opportunities to figure it out.
Okay. I was not very confident on that because I took a really big how do I say this? I took a really big break from DMing.
Mm-hmm.
Like ever since I found your channel, I think I've never DM'd since then. I don't know if you remember me, but I've been here for a long time.
I remember every single person in the whole world.
Jesus, man, that's a high wisdom.
The only other thing that I would say that's worth thinking about, and I'm sure you know this, but you just have to be ready whenever you have your players meet a character and for that character to surprise be a bad guy. It just makes your players very suspicious. They're always like, "Wait a minute, is everyone a bad guy?" So you just got to be ready for that.
Suddenly everything's a mimic. Everyone is a traitor. Holy shit!
Exactly.
I want to roll inside every time.
Exactly. So as long as you're like down for handling, for that side of things, I think you're good.
Okay, I have just more 2 questions.
All right, pick one. You get one.
One. Okay, how do I handle my my DM anxiety?
When do you have your DM anxiety? Do you have it before the game, or do you have it when you're playing?
Before. No, I have anxiety. I have anxiety like man, how do I explain this? I'm taking a long time because I don't remember words. Wait,
it's like you get anxious, you have like imposter syndrome.
I'm anxious periods. Like I have haste cast on me 24/7.
I mean that's not a bad buff.
No,
the extra action's
when you're
good.
trying to sleep, it's a bad buff.
Here's what I would say. But that anxiety, but when you're running the game, it sort of it melts away a little bit. You can like focus on the game.
Yes. Like it's a lot before.
So then what
much higher before.
Yeah, so then what I would do, so I don't get anxiety before I run D&D, but I get a lot of anxiety before I do like this, before I do streaming. I get very nervous every single time, doesn't matter. And what I do is I do one of two things. I make sure that the thing I do before well, it's not one of two things. It's one of many things. But I do a physical thing before, like I'll take a walk. I'll walk the dog. I'll clean. I'll do the dishes. I do a physical activity to like keep myself and I'm like away from my workstation. So I'm like going upstairs and I'm like in the house or I'm doing like usually I'm taking a walk or doing the dishes. But doing like a physical activity beforehand helps me a lot with that. And the general anxiety, what I would say is you should, I would say I would just try to think about your sessions, right? Like, think about how anxious you were before your last session and how much fun it was. And then, like you can kind of like try to use the memory of the good that came from the actual playing and the good that you felt from the actual playing to try to like settle that. But if that doesn't work, I would say distraction and like exerting physical energy is a good way to do that.
Maybe away from the computer for a bit because it's gonna be like a
yeah, like for me, like if I sit at my computer for the hour before stream, I'm just like, okay, here we, like I get very nervous and I have to walk in a circle. I just pace the room like a madman and I try to poop a couple times. It doesn't work. It's not good. So I need to go do a thing. And I thought that sometimes that's it. Sometimes you just need to go do a thing.
That's very good advice. Thank you.
You're very welcome. Thank you for the call. Enjoy. Kill your players.
I'm dabbing while I'm getting kicked. Let's go.
All right. You're wonderful. Peace. And he's out of here. All right. That was a fun call. Yeah, man. Everybody gets anxious before things, I think. I feel like that's like life. If you don't get anxious before stuff, you're a little bit of an ignorant person, I think. Hello, Cosmic Code.
Hello.
How's it going?
So, it's going pretty good. You know me, I'm Cosmic. I've submitted 2 homebrews, and every time I do, I've gotten insulted in every creative way in the English language.
By me?
Mostly.
All right. Well,
Listen, remember your inspirational quotes. We're all fucking pieces of shit sometimes.
All right. I don't know. I don't know if I've ever been insulting. I might have been insulting to the piece that you made, but I don't think I was insulting to you.
Yeah, I know. Don't worry. I don't care. It's fine.
All right.
Also,
good.
if you hear a bunch of random noise, that's because I'm in my basement doing this, and my cat, who, whenever he's with someone, he never shuts up,
Dude,
is right next to me right now.
Listen, tell your cat that he still owes me $6 from that concert last week. I'm sick
Gotcha.
of waiting. What can I help you with today?
He's like, hey, buddy. Yeah, you
Hey.
still owe Cinder $6.
Oh,
Yeah,
thank you.
you want to talk to him?
No, I don't want to talk to. I don't
Let's
want
go.
to talk to that guy. I don't want to talk to
Alrighty.
him. I don't want to talk to him.
Okay.
I'll
Alright,
talk to him when he
so,
brings me my money.
Yeah. All right. So, me? Just a couple of various campaign questions, I guess, because I'm thinking of running a silly little underwater campaign. The players basically get to explore a bunch of underwater biomes and... Sorry, my headphones just connected again.
That's okay.
And fight a bunch of sea monster dudes. So, pretty much, let me just give a bit of background. Basically, they have some magical way of not having the underwater fighting debuffs.
Cool.
It's like they don't have advantage or anything. It would function as normal combat.
Cool.
So it's just a couple of questions about it. All right, so first question. How should I work with the new having up and down angles?
What do you mean not having up and down angles?
I mean having them, because like instead of just moving on like a 2D plane, they have like a 3D space.
I see. So are you playing in person or are you playing online?
Online.
Do you use a virtual tabletop?
I'm probably planning of doing one for it.
So here's what I would say. If you're going to use a virtual tabletop, then most of the time when you have like your tokens, you can like give them extra. They can have like other information. So like on Roll20, when you click on a token, it has like 3 little circles above it, and you can put numbers in it. So what I do when I'm running a game online and we're doing vertical stuff, I have players keep track of their height to the ground in one of those little bubbles. So if they're like, all right, I'm 30 feet from the ground, I'm going to move up 20 feet and move 10 feet to the left. So they'll change the 30 to a 50, and then they'll move their token 10. So like that's a pretty easy way to do it. I would, you could, honestly, you're going to have to familiarize yourself with the Pythagorean theorem, probably. Do you know Pythagoras? Mathematician, nope. Worshipped beans. He came up with
what?
So yeah, he's a great guy. So basically, you know, you have this angle, which is the down, left and right. Then you have this angle, which is the up and down. And then you have this angle, which is like the space between. You don't need to do any of this. But basically what I mean is you kind of have to just decide how you want to go about measuring diagonals and if you care. If you care a lot, then what I would suggest doing is it's like sort of like going in diagonals. It's like every 1 up is 1 over. So it's like bop, 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 bop. Like, you know, you can sort of just zigzag it. But you can also just decide not to care that much. So if something has a range of 90 feet and the creature that they're shooting it at is, you know, like 40 feet down, then you could be like, oh, yeah, I guess you have to be like 50 feet away. You know, you can just sort of decide that that's the rules for it. It doesn't really matter what your system is so long as you, like, keep it somewhat consistent.
Alrighty.
But I would encourage you to use it because, like, that's half the fun of being underwater, you know?
Yeah, you gotta let freedom of movement, that movement space.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Next
you said you had another question. Yeah.
I have like a few more, not too many. All right. Next up, yeah, not too many. I have about like 3, 8, 9, 2, 4, 6. Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna give you one more, and then I'm maybe gonna give you one more after. We'll see.
Alrighty. So how should I work on like traveling long distances? Like, if it's the ocean and you go like very deep, it'd take a while to travel there.
Mm-hmm.
How, like, in what D&D mechanical way should I work with doing that? Should I just do like magic items?
So here's what I would do. I mean, do you mean literally like how do they travel? Like, do they need a ship? Or do you mean like what sort of event, what do you run to make travel feel like cool?
Yes, the second one.
Okay, so what I would do is I would do a couple things. Here's what I would do. I would tell your players, I'd be like, okay, you're going to be traveling for 3 weeks to get across this giant sea to get to this little island. You have 3 weeks to do stuff on the ship. What are the kinds of things you want to be doing with your time? And they can be like, all right, I want to like practice sword fighting with this guy. I want to try to go fishing. You know, like they can have projects that can take long periods of time if they want to try to build something or experiment with something, that sort of thing. The other thing that you can do is you can, and what I would encourage you to do is to have them have like minor issues that they need to address, but don't require a great deal of like combat. So like, for example, you could talk about how like, okay, there's like an ice storm. And it's messing up the ship. It's like the sails are going to get messed up. You guys have to figure out how to like get the ice off the sails or whatever, and turn it into like a skill check situation where players can take a little bit more narrative control, where maybe the druid will say, all right, I can talk to animals. So can I find some seagulls and get them to start like smashing the ice on the sails? You know, like that's not normally something that necessarily be like, yeah, that makes sense. But like, you know, go for like, give them a little bit more open space to solve the problem. And it will help. It'll help feel like the journey is long, but also not like danger at every turn if they're having like little danger moments or just little issue moments. And you can also always time skip. You know, you don't need to run every second of every game. Critical Role does sort of run every second of every game, which is, I think, certainly one of my earlier D&D experiences. And I think it sets a lot of people to feel like you need to do that. But it is totally reasonable to be like, okay, you guys spend the next 2 weeks traveling at sea, and then you sort of describe for maybe like 4 sentences what that is like, and then you get to the place. You can also just do that.
Yeah, so what I normally do is, in big traveling moments, what I do is I take a d20, I roll it, So I call this a random encounter dice. I don't know if this is actually a thing, but when my brother was DMing me for the first time,
it certainly
he
is.
used it.
I can tell you it is right now.
Never mind that part. I did not know that.
Yep.
My bad.
Yep.
I am very stupid.
No,
Anyways.
listen, first of all, every single person is stupid. I've never met a smart person. Ever. So don't worry about that. But second of all, no, yeah, random encounters are pretty standard. Do you have I'm going to give you one more question. Take a moment, decide what it is. What's your last question?
Ooh, last question. So if I give them a moment, like they're underwater, they have like a way to be able to actually breathe, and there's multiple different like cave systems that they can go through.
Yeah.
And they want to like split up and go through individual ones. How would I work with doing that?
That is too broad a question. What do you mean?
All right, how about this? How would I work with the party splitting up and narrating what everyone does?
So what I would say is I would not split them up into bigger than into 2 groups. I would probably encourage them not to split up in general if possible. Like, I don't see why they can't just go down the same cavern. But the other thing that you can do is if you do need to split them up, make sure that you are switching between them pretty quickly. Like, you don't want to spend too much time with one and leave the one just sitting and waiting. And then when you switch from one to the other, you want to try to leave the one that you're leaving with something to think about. So, like, for example, okay, Group A, you guys go on the cave in the left. Group B, you go on the cave in the right. Group A, you go down this hallway, you see this big open cavern. Inside it, you see all of these crystals, but they have this weird mold growing on them, and you see like a bunch of dead bodies around them. And then you switch to the other group, so that the 2 people that you were just talking to don't just have to sit there waiting. They can sit there now planning or thinking. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I like it.
Yeah.
All right. That's what I needed. Thanks for your time.
No problem, Cosmic. Have a great one. Thank you for calling in.
You too.
See you. No. Oh my god, I almost banned him by accident. I almost did a misclick ban. That would have been bad. Why do some of your names in Discord just have a letter and then ... but some of you have really long names that don't do that? You guys must have fucking long names. Anyway, let's bring in Orion. Orion, the dragon researcher. Guys, we got a dragon researcher. That's pretty epic.
Oh, hello.
Are you true? So what dragons do you research?
Well, I've been on expeditions recently to find some ancient dragons that we have never seen in these current editions.
Oh, that's cool.
By that, and homebrewing older edition dragons into 5th edition.
Wow, that's pretty cool.
I was the guy who posted the orange dragon in your homebrew thing a while back.
Okay.
I'm sure you don't remember. It's fine.
I remember the orange dragon. I just don't remember what it did.
Explosion breath. That's the easiest way to say it.
Yeah, I do remember. I have an okay memory sometimes. All
right.
What can I do for you?
So, I've seen that some of these questions are way more campaign oriented. There were some goofy ones in here as well. I have one that I'm not sure if it fits here or not, but it's how would I go about starting to sell my homebrew?
Where are you trying to... Okay, do you mean like in general?
Yeah, in general.
Okay, so if you're trying to sell your homebrew, there are a couple things to think about. So there's like a couple important pieces of the puzzle. One of the important pieces is literally like, where do you sell it? Now, there are platforms that you can use to sell homebrew that sort of do a lot of the work for you. DM's Guild is a big one.
Yeah, DM's Guild is the one I was looking at.
Or Drive-Through RPG is another good one. The issue with them is that they take pretty big cuts of what you're doing. So if depending on there's pros and cons. The pros are like a lot of people search it for stuff. The cons are like, you're getting 50% of what you're making. But the other pro, if you're doing on like DM's Guild, is that you can use Wizards of the Coast licensed material. So like if you're selling something on the DM's Guild, that means you can use monsters from the monster manual. That means you can use Wizards of the Coast art in your pieces. That means you can that's a pretty big benefit as well if you want to use established stuff. That being said, the other side of that coin, if you are not publishing on the DM's Guild, then you cannot use a lot of established stuff. So you can't use any spells that aren't in the SRD. You can't use any classes, subclasses, monsters, anything that's not in the SRD, which is like the basic rules, basically.
That would pose an issue for Artificer subclasses.
You literally cannot legally make a subclass for the Artificer separately from the DM's Guild.
All right.
So, like, if you're trying to make Artificers, then you sort of are forced, because Artificers are not in the Creative Commons in the way that the other classes are.
Right. Because they weren't originally in the player's handbook, so they weren't.
Yeah, they're not. Yeah. So what I would say is you look at the DM's Guild, look at Drive-Through ttrpg, or Drive-Through RPG, and then the other thing that you're going to want to think about is like formatting. Formatting is really important for selling stuff. So you're going to want to make sure that it looks good. It's going to need a nice cover. It's going to need good fonts. It's going to need to be easy to navigate. I would also suggest making sure that the first couple pages or whatever the preview pages are going to be look really good. If you don't know how to do anything with formatting at all, I would say look at the GM Binder website or the Homebrew Brewery website. And
I've been on GM Binder before.
All right, so and there's ways that you can like sort of customize and make your stuff more unique to you. But it's gonna need to look pretty good. So that's sort of the main thing, is just know where you want to share it and figure out getting it ready to roll for that. In terms of like promoting it, I would say probably your best bet for promoting it is to take a piece of it and to make it for free and put it on like Reddit, put it on stuff like that. Unearthed Arcana, D&D Homebrew, those sorts of subreddits. So like for example, if you're making like a compendium with like 5 subclasses, pick the subclass that you think looks the best, is the most like pop cool, and then you guys can't hear him?
Oh.
Really?
That's not good.
No, they should be able to hear you now.
Oh, all right.
No, Patrick
Hello,
is
chat.
not here. Patrick is not here. No, they can hear you. I just made you really loud for a second. But yeah, so like those are the things you're gonna want to think about, because at the end of the day, the difference between making something for yourself and for fun and making something for selling is you have to be thinking about it from the marketing perspective, which means marketing all just comes down to it has to look fucking good.
Yeah, and it should also look unique as well, right? Yeah.
Not so unique that it feels weird. Like, look, I would argue that the more it can look like something published by D&D, the better. If you are able to come up with your own unique formatting for like the whole book, then that can work too. But like Mage Hand Press's sci-fi book Dark Matter does that. The like Grim Hollows books kind of do that, where they have like a very specific art style that replaces the traditional D&D one, where like boxes have little like sci-fi tiddly bits and things. But if you don't have the ability to do that, I would say your goal should be to make it as close to like officially licensed looking stuff as possible.
All right. Well,
or if you have like a cool gimmick you're working with. So like, for example, if you are doing all the art and you are like a really intense sketch artist, you make these really cool, vivid, sketchy black and white drawings, then it might be then I might suggest leaning into that and making the thing sort of feel more like a researcher's book or whatever.
Oh yeah. All right. Yeah, that seems neat.
But keep in mind, just it's a hard game. It's a hard game. It's a hard game, and the quality of your work will not determine how well it does. Just so you know. Right.
It's how it looks.
It's how it looks, and it's also just the randomness of popularity. It could look great and still not do well. Yeah. There's an element of randomness to it, especially if you don't have a platform that you are using to start promoting it with.
Right. I have made a Reddit and a Discord account for my homebrew stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah.
But yeah,
I've just
make yourself. I would say, like, I don't know how regularly you're posting brew, but the more you can make yourself known in the homebrew communities or the D&D writing communities, like whether it's posting like features on Reddit or on Twitter or wherever, that can all help quite a bit. There's a whole Twitter ecosystem of D&D third-party creators that I'm not really a part of. I'm not good at Twitter, but it's very active.
All right. I'll definitely look into making a Twitter account for the stuff as well.
But yeah, that's my main thoughts on trying to sell something. You do have to think about it pretty differently than trying to write something, which is annoying, but it is what it is.
Yeah, I noticed.
Yeah.
Well, I did have another question, but I've forgotten it by now because I've been in here for like an hour and a half. So
no worries. All right, buddy. If you don't have any more questions, I appreciate the one that you gave me, and I'm kicking you out.
Alrighty, thank you very much.
Right.
You are lovely.
You are too. Bye. All right. Oh shit! Give me the sauce. Give me the sauce. Give the sauce. Give the me. Give the sauce. Hello?
There we go. I accidentally pressed the deafen button like twice in a row. Whoop.
How's it going?
Going good.
Welcome. What can I do for you on this fine eve?
Basically, I am trying to work on a psychic wizard subclass, and I think it's just kind of becoming a bit too much, going on with it. So I just kind of want to bounce around some ideas with you about it to try and formulate my thoughts better on this, so I can make it not so much of a mess.
Can you tell me what you want it to feel like in 2 sentences?
Aberrant mind, sorcerer, wizard, but not.
Okay, but what does that mean? That is not saying what it is. That is saying what it's not.
Let's see. The idea is that it has, essentially, I like the idea of like some meta magic features that the aberrant mind sorcerer can do, like the whole innate
No, wait. Say it in 2
points,
sentences. Say it in 2 sentences. Take a minute. Think about it. Don't say what it's not. Because this is I'm not trying to be annoying. This is it. This is how you have a subclass that has too many features. This is how you figure out what features it needs. You say, what is it? Is it a wizard that can twist magic psychically to change spells? Is it a wizard who is connected to Cthulhu and can do Cthulhu magic? Like, that's what I mean. Like, what is it? Not what is it next to, but what is it?
Basically, the first thing you said, we're a wizard who can use psychics to twist their spells and the minds of others.
Okay, cool. So, and you said it has too many features.
It's not just features, but my mind is kind of jumbled with it, because it originally did start out as like Aberrant Mind Wizard, because I liked a lot of the stuff there.
Aberrant Mind Sorcerer is the coolest sorcerer. That makes sense.
Oh yeah, it is nice. I love the flavor and everything going on with it, but it felt a bit too like samey, like it was literally just kind of Aberrant Mind Sorcerer with Wizard, and so I started making some unique ones, and now I'm trying to make stuff involving like the telepathy and make the features more revolved around that. Like essentially like Twin Spell, right?
Mm-hmm.
The idea I have is with this telepathy, you can link to multiple allies or enemies with it. And you can use the essential like meta magic or like psychic maneuvers, kind of like Battle Master or like Psy Warrior in a sense, to like debuff the enemies in the link or to buff your allies in it. And then you have like a few powers which can do some cool stuff with your spells.
Okay. Those are both really... those are interesting ideas. I would lean in more into the psychic link than the meta magic stuff personally, just because at a certain point, if you're giving a wizard meta magic, it's just sorcerer.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
The other thing that I would say is you have to be very, very intentional and thoughtful about how you go about building these buffs and debuffs when comparing this thing to things like the psychic warrior and things like that, just because there are very, very few, if any, classes that do anything like this, where it's like I am linking 2 creatures, where something that affects one affects the other, and that can have dramatic impacts. So you're gonna have to keep that in mind from a balance perspective. So it's a cool idea. It's a very cool idea, but I would have it like I wouldn't have it so like I cast a spell on one creature and it affects another. I would not do that. There's too many ways that can, or if you were going to do that, it would have to be like super limited in use and not last the whole duration of the spell, or you'd have to put some serious limiters on it. Otherwise, you're going to find yourself in situations where it's like, all right, cool, I'm going to link this guy and this guy sucks at this saving throw, so I'm going to cast this spell on him, so it's going to affect that guy. Like, that's just too easy.
Yep, like the idea is like, what is it? I was thinking of like some spells which could do that. Like there was a feature at 6th level where spells that are either touch or self, that are enchantment or divination, could affect another ally. So you could do some fun stuff like cast True Strike on an ally if they're in the link.
Yeah, like I said, I think it can work, but you just have to be cautious with it. And in my personal opinion, I would try to not make too many spells affected by it, or if you're going to, like I said, it's just super. Put serious limiters on that. Otherwise, it's going to be too much.
100%. So far, this is kind of like what I was thinking with the power sets. Is you get like a main power, which you can use the points directly to augment, like spells or the mind link, and then this is like a per level thing. So it's 2nd level. When you get the power, you get a main power. Then you get 2 like passive powers, and it's like
okay.
It's like, the main power is like the strong thing, use psychic points, and then the other ones are like subtle passives, like, once a turn when you deal psychic damage, you deal additional psychic damage to one target equal to your intelligence modifier.
If you're gonna give this guy more than one thing at 2nd level, which it sounds like you're going to, you should look at things like the Order of the Scribe wizard, because most wizards get 2 features at 2nd level. They get one feature that is not that good and is tied to how they connect with magic in a weird way, whether it's like being better at writing spells in a certain way or getting a magical pen or something. And then the other ability is like pretty good, and it's not even that good. It's just pretty good. The thing that you have to keep in mind with wizards is that their subclasses shouldn't be that strong, because they are wizards. Their subclasses should be very strong in specific ways, potentially, or like very limited in use but strong. But at the end of the day, you don't want them to be overpowered, and you really can't bloat a wizard. So I would look at things like the Scribe Wizard if you're going to give this thing multiple features at 3rd level or 2nd level, just to make sure that you're not making those features that strong. Because even just the ones that you described, I wouldn't use all of those. I would... Like, if one of the features is making you deal extra damage, that is the strong feature. If you know what I mean, like you can't make it get too hectic, or you can make it get too hectic, but then you gotta like tone it way down.
Yeah, a lot of balancing stuff.
Yeah. So look at the Scribe Wizard. Honestly, look at any of the wizards and just sort of like the strongest wizard at 2nd level is probably the Blade Singer, I think. And I feel like but I also feel like that sort of paces itself out at higher levels to a certain extent. So, I would think about that. But yeah, it's an interesting idea. I just think don't I would say like I said at the beginning, I would start with picking one thing. Like even what you're saying right now is like a lot of different vibes. Like if the vibe is you can psychically link creatures and do psychic linking stuff, that's cool, and I would lean into that. If the vibe is you can manipulate spells, then that's kind of cool, and maybe lean into that. But I also feel like manipulating spells has been done. Like that is what the Scribe Wizard does, so I would probably just lean away from that.
Or leaning too heavily on the Sorcerer and what they can do.
Yeah, well, I'm generally not a big fan of making a subclass that is just now you are also this other class a little bit. That's I feel like that's not. There's nothing wrong with that, but that's not. I don't have much. I can't give you much advice other than like, do it if you want. You have a whole class you can build it off of because that's what you're doing.
Yeah, and I agree with you. And it just felt lazy, which is why I leaned a lot into the actual like psychic link stuff with the what is it? Basically like pseudo meta magic being like a separate thing to it, and leaning more towards like the actual linking part.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I guess. Do you have anything else to say, or?
No, those are my thoughts. I think simplify it. Like I said, the best way to make sure that you know what this thing is going to be is say exactly what its goal is and say it in 2 sentences that are not long. Write that down, and then that is your guiding light. If anything doesn't work towards those 2 sentences, maybe you can add it later, but you probably don't need it.
Sounds good.
All right, buddy. What?
Actually, yeah. There.
Yes? No?
I was going to talk to you about like 2 features, and like what do you think that would be with this class? With like the link and
I am
everything?
not going to walk you through building this subclass right now. I'm going to leave you with some. I'll leave you with the ideas that you're working with, but I think that is you should. That's something that you should take that journey.
All right, sounds good.
All right, buddy.
Nice talking to you.
You too. See ya.
Bye.
Quick. All right, that was Give Me the Sauce. Oh shit! Next is the Grim Reaper. This fucking guy. He's always so fucking serious. Let me grab him. Where is he? This is like the most business-minded endless ever. What's up, Grim? What's up, Grim? Grim.
Hello.
What's
Sorry, I forgot it switched me. But I've been doing good today. I've been drinking some unsweetened applesauce after work.
Hell yeah.
I have a question about I've played in campaigns with level 14 wizards, and I am DMing now, and I don't want to make it feel so infuriating for my other melee players when they get so outclassed. Should it be more about having more giving less resting periods, or giving a tiny buff to the melees to not feel like them getting completely overpowered at higher levels?
I would do both. I would make them lean into their resources more. That doesn't need to necessarily even mean like they have fight after fight after fight. You can just make problems that require the spellcasters to use their spell slots to solve those problems, so they don't have them later. Like that's half the reason that spellcasters are what they are. But yeah, less resting, but then also just I genuinely think you can solve the problem of melee characters not being cool feeling by giving them badass items. Just a bunch of sick fucking items. Like a barbarian with a legendary axe that makes them do more damage and gives them like 3 unique cool things it can do. That barbarian is having a great time.
And 2 of the campaigns I've given so far, which is a really cool magic item. You're more rewarded in my games for being not the most horrible person to all the NPCs.
Makes sense.
It's this enchantment where if you throw your weapon like a dagger or a two-handed axe, it will return back to you as if it's like Thor's hammer, kind of. And it'll do less damage on the way back, but it can do some damage if in the rows where you throw it. So let's say, it does get hard sometimes to remember that, and the players reminding me, which I feel bad about. But I try doing that to make sure it's somewhat even with the wizards sometimes. Of course, by this time they're usually around level 9, and when they're around level 9, then I start giving them a few magic items. Of course, a lot less stronger magic items when they're lower levels. A lot of my games have more magic than not.
Yeah, but that's what I think. I think you just give them magic, give them access to cool new magic items. Give them magic items that grow. That's a lot of fun. Like swords that get stronger over time, that sort of thing. And then also, at the end of the day, a lot of the time, the way to mess up a wizard is to like make them fight in an anti-magic area. Blast them with counter spells. A bunch of guys with swords and high AC are hard to stop, even if you can cast Fireball, because they can sometimes survive those fireballs,
Yeah. Just one last question, man. Should I let any of let's say my players do not use the spell, which is Silvery Barb, should I let my their enemies, NPCs, able to use Silvery Barbs on them?
Only if you want the players to start using them.
Yeah. And I mean like it's the final boss, and he uses Silvery Barbs once, not like consistent use over and over and over again.
Are the players allowed to use that spell?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, then who cares?
Yeah,
of course.
Fine.
Yeah, then use it.
They don't.
The only downside to using Silvery Barbs against your players is that it will remind them that they can use them against your monsters.
Yeah, most of the time they're newer. The one I'm DMing recently, they just started. They don't know much about the game, but they're enjoying the heck out of it. They're on like a ship for the 7 seas.
Cool.
To get to the mage that stops the god's destruction.
Very cool.
fantasy world. Yeah, that's my question and all. It's just it kind of sucked at level 14 when the wizards were completely outclassing us. There was 2 wizards and there's 3 melees. We literally could not get to the monsters fast enough before they died.
Well, that might also just be a balancing issue that your dungeon master wasn't handling well. That's kind of what that sounds like. Because you shouldn't have an encounter where the spellcasters can kill the boss before the other players can get to him. That's just bad dungeon master design, in my opinion.
Well, most of us have had enough experience to have a little bit stronger characters than normal. Because
but even that it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Stats don't matter.
Okay.
Nothing matters. What matters is the options available. And I would not create a situation where, unless the players like really built it intentionally and like they made this thing made the setup, but I wouldn't introduce a monster where it was far enough away where the spellcasters could just kill it before the melee characters could get to it. That just sucks. That's just not fun. Like, that's just not,
Yeah, because Eldritch Blast 300 feet.
It's like why? Yeah, it's like, you know, I'm not. That's just as a dungeon master, it's your job to make sure that the encounters are engaging for everyone. So if you know that 2 of the characters have 200+ foot range of abilities and 2 of them have 5 foot range of abilities, you should make the encounters work for the creatures that have the 5 foot range.
Got it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, man.
That was just my question. It was a very hard thing to think about sometimes. I came to part of your conclusion before this, but that definitely helps me now. Thank you very much. And now I know about magic items, growth. I knew about growth types. I just didn't know how to introduce it. I'm thinking of ways to add them to my campaign.
Just make them a cool thing that the players can find or adventure for. Yeah, man, no problem. Have a good one.
Yeah.
All right. Oh, that's grim. Taking lives and taking wives. All right, next we have Osvaldo. Osvaldo. I just met a Discord user named Osvaldo, and suddenly I see how Osvaldo as Oz can be. Osvaldo, say it loud, and there's music playing. Oh, hey, there he is. How's it going?
I love that I'm right with any prediction I make, that anytime I start doing something important, I immediately called away. The moment I got called in, the moment you brought me in, I got a call from my aunt about something I need to do.
Listen, tell your aunt that she's a wonderful person.
She is. Yeah. Can you just go to the next person and drag me back after? It's family stuff.
All right, go. Get out of here.
All right, thank you.
Yep. All right, next is Green Seagull. Let's find this seagull that's green. Hey, Green Seagull. Green Seagull. You are not talking. You are not talking. Do I need to sing more? Do I need to get out the ukulele? All right, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to sing a song, and if you don't talk by the time I'm done singing the song, then we're going to move on. It's going to be a pretty short song. Are you ready? It goes like this. You guys all yelling ukulele? Go ahead. I don't want to play the ukulele. Here, I'll play you waiting music. Ready? It's not in tune either. Green Seagull. All right, I'm kicking you out. Sorry, buddy. You took too long. Bye, Green Seagull. All right, next is Penguin Saxophone. Penguin. No, I don't play the ukulele. Penguin Saxophone. Hello. Hello. I don't know if you can hear me.
Hello.
Hello. Oh, you just left. Why did you leave? Why did you leave? What happened? Where'd you go? All right, let's try that again. Hey, you still here? What happened? Why'd you leave? Penguin, hello?
Hello.
How's it going?
Hi. Good, good. I'm sorry, I accidentally left.
That's okay. How can I help you?
Oh, not much. I'm doing well. I was working on just adding a bunch of homebrew stuff to my game, but what's the word for it? Oh, right. I wrote down 3 questions because I couldn't decide on what to ask.
Ask me the first one first.
That's a good place to start. Okay, so a while back, I realized that death saves just weren't that interesting. So I made a homebrew system for death saves, and I feel like it's missing something, but I don't know what.
Describe it as quickly as possible.
Will do. Okay, so pretty much, when a character hits 0 hit points, they don't go unconscious. Instead, they receive a bunch of debuffs, like they get the proficiency modifier subtracted from attack rolls and self-save DC. They get -10 to movement speed, disadvantage on ability checks and saving throws. And at the end of every turn, a death save is rolled. On 3 deaths, they die. But on 3 successes, every roll after that is considered a death save. So they will die. You will eventually bleed out, regardless of what happens. Unless, you're healed or stabilized. A nat 20 resets the death save counter, and a nat 1 counts as a fail and a second roll, ignoring another nat 1. In order to stop the bleeding, a player can self-stabilize, requiring a DC 10 medicine check, but it doesn't actually stabilize. It just prolongs. You just don't roll a death save at the end of that turn. Unless you roll above a 20, in which case you do stabilize yourself.
Okay. So what's your question?
I feel like, is it too... What's the word for it? I feel like it's missing something, or it might be a bit too lenient on the...
Well, what's your goal?
My goal is to emphasize choice in a player's last moments. So when a player is on the brink of death, I don't want them to just be like, oh, I collapsed and now I'm just bleeding out on the floor. I want them to be able to choose how they want to go out. So you have the choice of, you can try to stop the bleeding and survive as long as possible. You could keep fighting if you want, although you're not as nearly as good shape as before, so you have a less chance of hitting. Stuff like that.
I mean, it sounds like you're accomplishing that goal. I think the main question is just is it fun? Are your players enjoying it? Have you tried it yet?
No, it almost happened. Our wizard decided to get into melee combat with a zombie for some reason, so that he almost died.
If you haven't tried it at all, if you haven't experienced it happening at all yet, I would not worry so much about whether or not piece is missing yet, because it's without going through and reading the whole thing, it sounds like it's pretty significant debuffs. And also, if the point is that you can keep fighting when you're down, I feel like then that kind of that accomplishes that goal. I think that the only thing that I would say is you should just be wary of how that interacts with other things that have to do with being unconscious or not, other effects in the game that have to do with being unconscious or not.
All right. Oh, the sleep spell?
No, I was thinking spare the dying, or creatures that when you drop to 0 hit points, certain creatures do certain things to you.
Oh, that'll probably
all that kind of stuff.
Probably fine.
Spare the dying, rage beyond death with the barbarian, that kind of thing. There's just features that have to do with you being at 0 hit points that I would be ready to address if they come up.
All right. Also, what's it called? That was pretty much that question. The second one is, I was working on a homebrew campaign setting, in which case all spells are cast via firearms. So, let's say a wizard summons, cast Conjure Animals. It would fire a gun to do so.
Are you wanting to make different mechanics for this, or are you just wanting this to be flavor?
That's the thing. Originally it was flavor, but I realized for some spells, it would quite literally, it would have to change mechanically, or else it would stop making sense. For Vicious Mockery, for example, it has a verbal component, but if I wanted to follow through with the promise of every spell is a gun, every spell requires a gun, how would that work verbally?
Well, if you're going to... Who cares? Is my question. Do you care?
I kind of care, just because I like like working on small details that don't really matter.
Well, then here's what I'll say, but that's the same issue for everything. Half of the spells in most spells in D&D require a verbal component.
True, but although I think for spells that require a material and verbal component, a gun makes a loud noise, so that could qualify as verbal. But specifically when it doesn't have any component but verbal.
There's other spells that don't have there's plenty of spells that don't have somatic
like healing
components.
word.
Yeah, so like you just have to say fuck it, or you just hand wave it, or just decide change it. I don't, you know what I mean? Like, I just don't think that's I don't think that's that big a deal. I guess I don't think that's that big a deal when my choice is, do I have to completely build a new magic system? Because I don't want to do that.
Yeah, I don't think I'll have a new magic system. I think I'll just have like something like, I don't know, like a cyberpunk-esque like tongue attachment where you shoot bullets from your mouth.
Yeah, that could work too.
Although
I also just think you could just decide that no longer requires a verbal component because nothing requires verbal components because this is a different game world.
Okay. All right, that's that. Another one really quick.
There's always
which has to do with
one
more
real quick. There's always
I'm
another one
sorry.
real quick. What is it? Let me
I'm
hear it.
sorry. Okay, so for this exact same setting, I realized that martial characters would probably struggle if all spells probably struggle. So I got the idea of, well, what if you could use items as part of your attack action, including magic items? So, like, for example, a barbarian could... I don't know.
It would be an improvised weapon.
Yeah, or like, I don't know, a barbarian could use a wand while not raging, because they can't use spells like raging, twice as if they have extra attack.
Oh, I wouldn't do... That's very strong. I would be careful about doing that. You could really you could really fuck shit up with that. You can cast polymorph twice on a turn? Come on now, that's crazy.
I guess that's true.
Yeah. I would be hesitant about that. That would make it so characters with extra attack were better spellcasters than wizards a lot of the time.
I realize that, but I also think that in this setting, I think wands would actually work differently, so they wouldn't regenerate normally.
Well, I'm going to be honest. That sounds like a cool idea. I don't think it sounds like I can't really give feedback then because it sounds like it makes sense within a system that you're working on. But if I don't know what that system is, then I don't know how helpful my feedback will be. You know?
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. And the very last one, because I'm sorry, this is the last one.
Dude,
do you have any advice for starting a
D&D?
I'm sorry. Do you have any advice for starting a D&D podcast?
It's a lot of work, and no one's gonna listen to it, and you need to figure out what makes your show not like every other show. That's if you care about views. If you don't care about views and you want people to have a good time listening to it, the thing that matters most is sound quality.
Okay.
If you have a bad mic, no one's gonna listen. Doesn't matter how good a show you have. You need a good mic.
All right. Thank you very much. Sorry for taking up so much time.
No, don't apologize. You're fine. Get out of here, you crazy kid. All right, that was all right. I see there's a bunch of people. Okay, I'm gonna be a kind god right now to you. Okay. I'm gonna pull in fucking Green Seagull and Osvaldo, who both missed their shots, but they're coming back. But we're switching. We're doing one question now. I'm tired of this. I have one more question 3 times. Everybody gets one. All right, Osvaldo, welcome. Hello. Are you back? How's it going, buddy?
It's going good. My powers prediction are really fun because I'm only right when they inconvenience me.
Well, are you still inconvenienced? Because now's your second shot.
I'll make this shot count. Doesn't matter if it's an inconvenience or not. I got this.
All right. What's your question, buddy?
So mainly this will just be asking for concepts because I'm running drawing ideas and I don't want to sit here staring at a wall for 5 hours and thinking mechanics until I find something good. I am designing a class that's designed Harbingers, the foretellers of destruction, who use their knowledge and power to change fate. The original concept was they would get additional reactions, but that was changed due to the fact that it was pointed out to me that that's really broken in action economy. So after an amazing suggestion by Xavier, a person you had spoken to before, Xavier, it was changed to where you can use your bonus action to prepare what it would be a second reaction, which can be played off of a bunch of different effects. Between something I refer to as foresights, which are just class-specific abilities that you can use as reactions. Say, giving your allies bonuses equal to your proficiency by utilizing a reaction. You can give enemies. You can reduce enemies. You can do a bunch of different things that work on the class. The main thing is, I'm trying to think of abilities that would work as good main class abilities to where they're consistent enough to be good, but at the same time not broken to where you don't actually use any of the higher level abilities.
What is this class supposed to feel like?
This class
Answer me before you. I'm going to say what I said to the last guy. Tell me in 2 sentences, short sentences. What is this class supposed to feel like?
This class is supposed to be like a protector and supporter of others.
Okay. So, are they a spellcaster?
No.
Okay. So, then my question for you is, what you need to figure out then is, like, what is their core game loop that fills that role? So, is their core game loop giving little buffs and debuffs using their things to other people's roles? It could be. If it is going to be something like that, then I don't think the numbers need to go up dramatically for it to be impactful at every level. D&D is a bounded accuracy based game, which means something like a spell like Bless. Like Bless gives you a D4 that you can add to your attack rolls and your saving throws. Bless is a very good spell at level 1. Bless is also a very good spell at level 20. And that's because getting between an extra +1 and a +4 on your attack rolls and your saving throws is incredibly good at level 1 or level 20. So if you're doing stuff where your main class is going to be built around support and protecting and warding, if you're doing things like adding to creatures' ACs, adding to creatures' attack rolls, or the opposite, removing those things, then the numbers don't need to get crazy high. Like a good thing to build it off of might be, I mean, I would, I'm not going to tell you how to build a whole class from scratch because I don't really even know how to do that either a lot of the time. That's the whole point, is it's tricky. It takes a long time. But I would say that you don't need the numbers to be huge for it to be impactful. And I would almost argue it's the opposite. Like if the numbers get too big, then it's not going to be feasible. Even if like you're level 20, having a feature where like every turn you can give someone +10 to their AC would be too much, I think.
I don't give bonuses to AC. They do have some abilities, and there's 2 main abilities that you would get on lower levels that you rely on a bunch. They are what I refer to as the foresights, the thing I quickly mentioned before, of the additional things you can do as your reactions or actions to use out of combat as well. There also is a second level ability, which I just refer to as reactionary maneuvers, heavily inspired by the battle master maneuvers, where it's very similar. You're given a certain number of charges equal to your proficiency bonus, which makes it easy to scale up. So it's stable at a lot of levels.
What is the thing you're doing? What is the thing you're doing when you don't have any resources left?
That it would be the foresights.
So it sounds like you have the core mechanics. I'm not sure what your question is.
The question is, I have some ideas for what the mechanics can be. I want there to be more, because reactionary maneuvers, those are going to be things I'm really going to put effort into being strong. Like one thing is you can expend a reaction, and you can, if you're given something, say like disadvantage, you can choose, instead of doing that, you can expend one of your charges for it and choose which roll you can use instead. It's my thing.
So I think the piece of the puzzle that's missing is flavor. So, like, I'll give you an example. The thing that you just described, when I asked you to say that in a sentence, you said, like, a protector, a buffer. I would argue that describes Cleric really well. I would also argue that describes Paladin really well. I would also argue that describes Bard really well. But those are very different feeling classes. Why? The Paladin is a protector, but they're also a holy warrior with an oath. A cleric is a protector, but they are also somebody who is a divine worshiper of a god. A bard is a protector, but they are also somebody who learns how to do performative magic. So that's what you need. You need that thing. Like, what is it? That's what, like, that's and whatever that is going to be, and whatever that is going to be, that vibe, that is, I think, the piece of the puzzle that's missing that you build out. Like, aside from
That would be Arcane Oracle.
Yeah, so whatever that is, that's, I think, what you should build towards if you feel like there's something missing. Something that'll help sort of tie the flavor and the mechanics a little bit more tightly. And to give a more concrete idea of what, like, the flavor is, so that when somebody is deciding whether or not they want to use it, not only can they understand almost immediately the mechanical place it sits in D&D, but also, like, the flavor place it sits in D&D. Does that make sense?
Explaining why, like, it's explaining how it does the mechanics or how it does things, and the
Like,
flavor is
like if
basically
some, like
why
you
it
should be able to say what your class is in less than 12. Like, I say 2 sentences, but the reason I say that is because it just needs to be short. But, like, very quickly, like, you should be able to, honestly, it should be a sentence or 2 sentences. You should be able to say what the class is in a way that a player will kind of understand what the vibe is. And the vibe is in a way that is profoundly distinct from any other class. So, like, for an artificer, for example, you could say they are a magical tinkerer that infuses mundane objects with magic. Boom, that's an artificer. For a barbarian, you could say they are a primal warrior that activates a battle state. Boom, that's barbarians. You know, like, you need to know what that sentence is and then build towards that sentence.
All right.
That's a little bit heady, but I do think that starting from that heady space and having a really core concept idea is often going to be, that's like the root of the problem of not knowing what to do. If you ever don't know what to do, it's because there's a part of your idea that's not clear enough in your brain. So you need to just figure out what that idea is more clearly. And those are my thoughts. Thank you very much for calling.
Yeah, I'll wait till next time you have this to ask the second question. Well, farewell.
See you, buddy. Yeah, we're doing 1 question now. If anybody's upset, you can talk to the first 10 callers that took 4 questions each. Green Seagull, you're back. Welcome. Hello. Green Seagull, this is your second chance. Here it is. Chance number 2. You left the call. I'll bring you back. Hello?
Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Okay.
How's it going, buddy?
Wait.
Hello?
Sorry, the thing didn't register. I couldn't see the chat.
That's okay. How's it going?
It's okay. Thank you for asking, no.
No problem. What can I do for you this evening?
What kind of You know, I'll just ask it the second time. I used, like, hair removal cream on my forearms.
Use what on your... What?
I used hair removal cream on my forearms.
Okay, how's that going?
And, I mean, it's going pretty good. They're very soft. I want to see how that was going to play out. But now I'm not sure if I should use it on my upper arms as well.
Well, I think how did it play out on the forearms?
I think it played out okay.
I think you keep going. Like, I don't think you stop until it starts being a bad idea.
I can't tell. I don't have.
Do you have a bath? Do you have a bathtub in your house?
No.
Oh.
I don't have a house. Sorry.
I don't have a bath. I have a whatever. Doesn't matter. Do you have like a big, like a tarp or like
I have like a
tub?
pit. I have like a pit.
Just fill it. Just fill it.
A hole in the ground.
Yeah, just fill it up with the cream and swim in it a little bit, and you'll be chilling.
No, I haven't. Okay, I've been growing this beard for like a month now. I don't want to get rid of it just yet.
All right, well then keep your head out.
Okay.
Is that your question? If you should keep going with your hair removal stuff?
I have like 2 others, but I thought, you know, I don't want to waste your time.
That's fair. That's fair. All right, I appreciate the question, but yeah, I'd say, listen, if you're doing experiments, the whole point of experimenting is finding the edge. You know, if you're feeling comfortable by the elbow, go deeper. That's what I'd say. Keep going.
I'll keep edging. Don't worry, just for you, baby.
All right, thank you. All right, see you, buddy.
Bye.
that was great. All right, that was Green. I forget whatever his name was. This is Sal. Let's get Salterra in here. What's up, Salterra? What's up, Salterra? Salterra, are you here? Salterra. Hello?
Muted.
Hey, what's up?
Yeah, so I just have a quick question about how to best serve my party. So
Great.
I mostly have people who love doing role play, which I also love doing role play, but we also have one resident min-maxer. he just lives for combat. He loves that stuff. He always goes into like different character builds and everything. And so I've always tried to lean more towards the combat because usually everyone is at least somewhat engaged during it.
Yeah.
Because when we do like roleplay stuff, Armin Maxer, he just sort of like, he's polite about it, but he just seems very bored and awkward when we do more roleplay heavy stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But it's become clear to me recently that the other party members don't really enjoy it when we don't have many times like interact with like different NPCs and do that sort of like manipulation, all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So I was wondering, is there any ideas that you have for how I could try to give everyone what they want?
So I think that there's a handful of things you can do. One, the thing that is going to be the most work for you, and I would argue probably the least successful, is to try to just make sure that every session there's a little bit of both. That's one thing that you can do. The other thing that I would say is, like, how self-aware are your players? Like as
what do you mean
humans,
exactly?
like as people. Like I am a medium
Pretty.
self-aware person. So like if I go to the grocery store, I know that people will think I have crazy people hair. I'm self-aware enough to know that. Like, are they that self-aware?
Yeah, I mean they're not like super like selfish or like no one like tries to like steal a spotlight.
So then I think you gotta just talk about it. I think you just gotta have it talk about it as a group. I think you just gotta say, hey guys, I think like just let the group know what the struggle is that you're facing and work with it together. Say like, you know, to the player that really, you can have it to be a big conversation where you're like, hey guys, like I want to make sure that everyone's getting what they want out of their game. So we're going to be having some combat stuff, but we're also going to be making space for leaning into NPCs. And in order for this to work well, I want everybody to try to be engaged in the thing that we're doing. And I'm going to try to make sure that it is engaging for all of you. Like, you know, just remind them of the two-way street. It's like, look, I'm here to try to make sure you're having fun. But a part of that fun is that we have to compromise our time at the table. But it's still the table. So like if this isn't particularly interesting for you, I still want you to try to participate, because it might, you know, it's like if you're playing D&D with 4 people and one person is really excited for combat and the other 3 aren't excited for combat, when you're running combat, you're essentially playing a game called let me entertain this one person and make everyone sit while I pretend to be the machine and let the person play their video game through me. You know, like that's not fun. So like I would, and vice versa is too, also true too. Like if, you know, if you're just doing roleplay and one person like built a character that's entirely designed around fighting, then they're just going to be sitting there looking at their character sheet being like, why the fuck did I make this character this way? Like I'm not going to use it in my features. Yeah. So it requires a little bit of time balance, but I think genuinely more than time balance, it requires a amount of awareness of the group's needs and a willingness to interact with things that might not be the thing that you are always excited to do, with the understanding that you as the dungeon master like are going to give them that satisfaction at a certain point. It's a two-way street, you know?
Okay. Got it. Well, thank you very much.
Yeah. I appreciate the question. That's a great question.
All right,
buddy.
Take care.
Yep. See ya. Most of the time when we're having issues with that sort of thing, I do feel like the answer is just talk about it. Oh, Derek. He thinks he's so cool with his
I am so
muted. Cool. Oh, he's back. Hello, how's it going? How's it going? Hello?
Good. I need to mute the stream so that I can hear you.
I'm going to talk while you're trying to, so it's distracting. Ba-boo-bee-boo, 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 ba-boo-bee-boo.
It's not very polite of you. I'm
sorry. Is it muted? Are you ready?
Yes. Yeah, I'm good.
Welcome, buddy. What can I do for you on this fine eve?
So after you reviewed the ornate key last week,
yes.
I decided I wanted to make more items.
Cool.
So I put all of my stuff into a single document, and now I'm kind of just like, I don't know what to do now. I don't know what to make next. Where do you get ideas for?
Well, are you still? So for folks that don't know, Derek took a common magic item and sort of translated it into a rare magic item, which I think is a really cool idea. Is that specifically what you want to do more of? Taking common magic items and making empowered versions of them?
Not specifically, just like generally making more magic items. That is probably a good place to start, though.
That's not a bad place to start for getting ideas. The other thing that I would say is, there's a couple things. If you genuinely just don't have ideas and you're like, I'm trying to come up with ideas, take inspiration from media. Like if there's a cool item in a Doctor Who episode that a character uses, or if there's a neat power that a superhero has in a movie that you like or a comic book, or if there's a weird like sci-fi gun, like just take ideas from media and take little bits and pieces that you enjoy from them and try to turn those into items. I think that's a very good way to do it. The other thing that I would say is a nice way to do it, at least where a lot of my items come from, is I kind of build my items for players, but also with the goal of them not just working at my table. So like if I have a player, like in one game I was running, I had a player who was a ranger and she was a fire genasi and she really liked fire aesthetic stuff. So I was like, cool, I'm going to give her this like elemental fire power thing that can grow over time. And I only made it because she thought it was cool and that was the type of character that she wanted to play. But I also made it in such a way that if I wanted to post it on Reddit or do other stuff with it, it felt like it would be balanced. So like building stuff with the intention of it being for players, but also trying to build it to the balance level of like the public, I think is a really good way to do it. But straight up, dude, like so much of it just comes from like watching a weird thing in a movie and being like, man, I want that.
Okay. Yeah, the building it off of my players thing is what like half of these are already.
Yeah, that's the best way to do it because everybody's the same. We're all different, but we're all the same. And if one player is really excited by a thing, it's likely that other players in other games will also be, you know?
Yeah.
Somebody said something else in the chat. I don't remember exactly where I saw it, but also building items off of monsters is a good idea too. Like if you're like, this monster has a really cool power, how can I put that in an item? Stuff like that might be fun.
Two of the items on my list, one of the characters took a glaive from an oni and took it to a blacksmith and had it turned into a short sword and a breastplate.
That's really cool. That's fun. Yeah. That's very fun. Yeah, man, that's what I would say. I would say don't be scared of taking inspiration from like things in media. If you'd be surprised how few changes you need to give a thing for no one to recognize that it was basically an idea that was inspired by something else. You know, it's not you don't got to drive the car that far to get lost in the woods.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, man, no problem. I do want to say though, if there is any, don't take this advice if you don't want. We have now left advice mode and are now in just personal opinion mode. If there is any part of you that is interested in that idea of let's try to do the project to turn the common items into rare items, I do encourage that because that's a very clever idea. And I think you did a very good handling of the ornate key. And I'm curious to see what else you would do. So if you're willing to accept any amount of peer pressure, consider this peer pressure. But if you're unwilling to accept it, that's also fine.
Okay. I think I might do that.
All right.
Because that was fun.
All right. Cool, man.
All right. See ya.
Yeah, buddy. See ya. I look forward to seeing more of your stuff. Click. That was Derek. Classic Derek. Am I right? Next, we have Cody. Hey, Cody. Cody, do I need to sing a song? I mean, I'll sing a fucking song. All right, Cody, come here. Cody left. Why did Cody leave? Let me grab him again. Hey, Cody, you hit the wrong button. What's up, dude?
Hello. Sorry, it's just I was technically on my phone.
The technicalities, that's what gets you.
No, I was technically on my phone.
Yeah, that's what gets you. What can I do for you today, Cody?
I was just making a subclass with the druid, but
yeah, wait, I just threw my ukulele across the room and I missed the thing I threw it at, so I'm gonna make sure it's fine. But I can hear you.
Okay. So I made a Circle of the Altruist class, but there was that's what I called the subclass. It was Circle of the Altruist Druid. But I removed one of the core features making it, and that was Wild Shape.
Why did you remove it?
I sort of did. I made it so in the specific altruist thing that they can only use their wild shape for something else. And I was wondering sort of if that was a bad idea, if I should just bring it back in.
Does the subclass lose anything? Does it become what is it? Why does it need to lose wild shape? Why can't it just have an alternative use of it like the other ones do?
The difference is that with the circles, the sort of way that I imagine it is you're wild shaping because your circle is like sort of like where you gather your magic from. It's sort of like you're a circle of the land or some.
Why does this? Don't talk about other subclasses. Just talk about this subclass. Why
so
does
with
this
circle-
subclass not turn into animals?
Because it specifically takes power from the sort of plant matter inside of the being, because the entire thing of the class is with an altruist is all the magic comes from then. So it's sort of like a sorcerer, but it's more so like a druid because it's from the plant sort of. It only works for plant beings. Sort of.
I would
Hard
say
to
that
explain.
I would say if it's hard to explain, then you need to figure out a simpler way to explain it for yourself so you can focus it. But what I would say is, based on what you've described, I don't think you should make it so you can't wild shape into animals. The Spore Druid gets their powers from mushrooms. The Star Druid has nothing to do with nature at all. It can still turn into animals. There's the I forget what it's called. The one that like the Fey Court one, I forget what it's called, but the one where you get like the Summer Court and the Winter Court features, that's about the Feywild. That's a Feywild guy. All the power comes from Feywild. He's still turned into animals. Unless you can really unless there's like a really specific reason that like is really important to your game world, I would let them still turn into animals.
Okay. The specific thing with the character was instead of turning into animals, it modifies its body.
But that's what the Spore Druid does.
So it would probably make a bit more sense to sort of just leave the wild shape in there and then just have the alternate abilities you can use the wild shape.
To be clear, you can do whatever you want. You don't ever need to listen to my advice. But what I would say is if you don't have a good, real, concrete reason to not let you be able to turn into animals, then you should be able to turn into animals.
Okay.
And that concrete reason should be flavor plus mechanics almost. Like there needs to be you need to if I'm just looking at the mechanics of this thing, I should understand just by reading the mechanics why I can't turn into animals. I shouldn't be like, okay, this is cool, but why can't I turn into animals, you know?
Yeah. That's definitely fair. I think that was like the main part of it is sort of like I didn't completely know how to. I was trying to sort of remove the wild shape.
If you want, I mean, you could also change it, right? Like if you wanted this to be plant based, you could be like when you wild shape, your creature type counts as plant instead of beast.
Okay, I think I would like to try to roll with that. I think if I can add that to the class, I feel like or the subclass.
You can do that.
That's nice flavor that I like.
I played I a long time ago, and I it's not good. I don't think it's good homebrew anymore. But a long time ago, I made an undead druid, where whenever you wild shaped, your creature type became undead and not beast, even though you took beast forms. But I think that's an easy way to get that vibe across if you want to, and you don't really have if you don't have if you don't feel it in your heart that this thing shouldn't have wild shape, if you just were like, well, it doesn't make sense to turn to animals because it's a plant guy, then I think you just make them plants, you know?
Okay. I like that idea a lot more, and thank you so much.
Yeah, no problem, buddy. Thanks for calling.
Okay.
All right, bye. I love you.
Yeah.
Bye. He got an I love you. You don't always get one. It's random. I try to keep it random so that you're always yearning for it, you know? Hello, F. Your name is only F right now because I can't see your whole name.
No, my entire name is actually Frank here.
Frank, what's up, buddy? How's it going?
It's going fine.
Thank you for being here. How can I help you on this fine evening?
I was just wondering, how you would play a good necromancer.
Like a good person necromancer? Or like a good necromancer, like a good they play well. Are they good in their heart, or are they good on the game?
In their heart.
Oh, a good in their heart necromancer. I would probably make them. I would probably see if I could work with my dungeon master to change the rules of how my character animated the dead, and change it so that their souls were not lost forever, but their souls were just waylaid until their zombie form perished, and then their souls could move on to the afterlife, so that it's not like destroying their eternal soul every time you animate a dead body. And then the other thing that I would do is I probably would, try to just do good person stuff, and maybe even try to, like, you could even, if you have like an entourage, depending on what level you start at, you could have zombies that like were people that like were down to be zombies, where it's like, if I die, you can raise me from the ground and I'll be a zombie for you for a little while. You can like get permission to have zombies. But I think the easiest way to play a necromancer is just drop the thing where they're raising the dead destroys souls, because that's actually that's like only like legitimately evil part. The rest might be like disrespectful because you're fucking with someone's dead body, but that's the only part that I think is like evil. So see if your dungeon master is down to drop that, and then have them do good. One of the best examples I think of a good guy necromancer is a necromancer that raises the dead, and then uses them to like help people on their farms. Like zombies that go do work in the fields for a couple days for the peasants to help them with some work. So those are the things that pop into my head.
Yeah, that's actually a really cool play on it.
Like, because I would argue that it's easier if you can drop the thing where turning the person into a zombie destroys their soul. I would argue that it is easier to make the zombie a good person than a bad person, because zombie stat blocks are very bad. Like, they're not good stat blocks. So even if you have like 6 zombies and you're like a pretty high level, they're not going to be that effective in combat, but they're going to be really effective at like building a wall, or like helping people move stuff. So like you can very easily create a situation where you have zombies that sort of act as like, I will send my zombies into your town and they shall help you with your manual labor for a day or whatever. Because zombies are pretty good at that. They're pretty strong.
Yeah, that's actually a really great point. Thank you for your answer.
Yeah, no problem.
Just one quick question. How's the ukulele doing?
Oh, the ukulele, it's okay. I think it's fine. I didn't go to give it a quick look over, but nothing seems broken. Nothing seems broken.
Yeah.
All right, buddy. See you, Frank.
Yeah, see ya.
And Frank's out of here. Next, we have Gamebox Pro. Gamebox Pro. Gamebox Pro.
Hi.
Hey, what's up, Gamebox?
Yeah, I'm good. I was here to ask about a group of spells that I'm making.
Sure.
Basically, they're all based around blood in multiple different ways.
Sure.
Like
hemo spells
out of blood.
Yeah.
Slowing someone's blood to make them move slower, making their blood move faster to give them boosts and stuff.
Sounds cool.
And I want it to be tied around a specific weapon. Like, you have the weapon, it's bound to the person who wields it.
Mm-hmm.
It sucks blood out of enemies to use for the spells. It's like ancient magic imbued into the weapon.
Mm-hmm.
It grows and becomes more powerful the more blood you suck, and it depends on what blood you suck. Like, demon blood will work better than just regular human blood. Do you have any advice on that?
On an item that would impact... So what you're trying to come up with is a set of spells that are impacted by the material components of those spells. So, like, basically a spell that does a certain thing, but if you use regular blood, it does one thing, but if you use demon blood, it does another thing. Is that what you're saying?
Necessarily, the idea is demon blood will make the weapon grow faster. Like,
wait a minute.
The
so
more
are the spells
rare
are the
powerful?
Okay. So are the spells? Is the weapon? How is the weapon casting the spells, or are the spells affecting the weapon?
the weapons casting the spells based on the will of the user.
So where does the demon blood come in?
Just basically, the more you evolve the weapon, the more, let's say you just kill a bunch of enemies, you evolve the weapon, but now it requires either more blood or different specific types of blood, depending on the DM's
I
wish.
would be hesitant to make a thing that grew, that became more powerful, in a way where, in it becoming more powerful, it was harder to use regularly. So
that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying it's harder to grow. The more it grows, the harder it is to grow.
Okay.
Not
So I mean,
the
it sounds
more
like you're making two completely different things. Then you're making blood magic spells, and you're making a weapon that grows based on the type of blood you use with it. Yeah.
Yeah, basically.
I mean, if I was gonna do that, if I was gonna make a magic item that did that, I probably would, have a table for different types of creature types. I might even make one for every creature type that has blood at least, and then to describe how the weapon changed when it was wielded with that type of blood. So like you could have a demon blood version, a fiend, devil blood version, a aberration blood version, a celestial blood version, and just like make a table and give them all like different minor features. I'd probably do something like that.
Yeah, that would be really cool. The one thing I had was something called Blood Cloak, which either increases your speed or gives you more AC temporarily as like a buff for a few turns. I have quite a few spell ideas, but basically the more you evolve the weapon, and depending on what blood you get, you'll have different options for the spells. You'll get a choice between this or that.
So I would caution you against building a bunch of unique spells, and then on top of that, a bunch of unique ways that they interact with the item, unless you are like pretty confident in everything at its core base. Like build the base first. Like before you worry about having all these spells interact with these different types of things in different ways, I would just build the spells first. Or if you want it to, or what you do is you go in the other direction and you just say like, this is how demon blood affects hemomancy spells. This is how celestial blood affects hemomancy spells. This is how this type of blood affects hemomancy spells, and have it be the same on every spell. So like you don't have to come up with 6 different mechanics for every different spell.
That's kind of what I was thinking of. There's the thing that I was thinking of is I want these spells to stand on their own if I wanted to use them just as spells. But I also want that the weapon to be a link component if the DM wishes.
If you make the weapon a linked component, if you're trying to do both of those things, then you need to limit what the weapon does to the spells in such a way that they don't actually become more powerful when they're linked. They just become different. Because if you don't do that, then you're going to find yourself in a situation where in order to make the spells function at the same level as other spells on their own, then they're going to immediately, if you just make them stronger when you mix them with the other things, they're just going to be stronger than other spells. So I would just keep that in mind.
Yeah, that's the thing I was thinking of. I have some basic spells set up, the first couple spells you get when you get the weapon. Like, there's an attack spell and a boost spell that you're probably going to get when you first get the weapon. Just 2. Not too much, because if you get them all at once, you'll end up being really powerful at the start of the game, which is not very fun necessarily.
Yeah. It's an interesting idea. I think that you have to be careful when you are layering features.
I had an idea for a spell called Blood Metamorphosis, where you can turn yourself into blood and move through stuff in a way, like turning into water or something like that.
That's cool. I
It's
mean,
a
I would look at
temporary buff.
Yeah.
And can be used outside of combat to move through walls and stuff or something like that.
I would look up if you want to do something like that. I would check out the spell Gaseous Form. That does a version of that, but turns you into mist.
Ooh, that would be a good idea.
So that probably will help you out.
I have even healing spells that could work with this,
Mm-hmm.
with the blood motif. But I haven't really thought of any good names, especially names for the weapon. I suck. I don't know what I want to either make it a sword or a dagger or a short sword. Either of those three would work. I tend myself leaning towards dagger because it sounds cooler. Like bloody dagger sounds a lot cooler than bloody sword. Personally, but
yeah, I mean, that's I can't tell you what to name a thing. That's going to be whatever your heart
Yeah.
desires. I would say it might come to you as you build up the mechanics a little bit. It's an interesting idea, though. I'm excited.
one thing
to see
I
if you
need to
keep
do
working
is
on
sit
it.
down and draw the art for the weapon because I like drawing weapons as my
Mhm.
personal thing. So I just need to sit down and draw and find out a design because I've tried and I failed miserably. But I'm done. I'm done on my rambling. So
Cool. Well, it's a fun idea, and I wish you luck on it. Thank you for calling and letting me know.
Thank you for the advice.
Yeah, man. Have a good one. Thank you very much. Peace. That was Gamebox Pro. Wonderful creator of hemomancy and weapon spells. I hope they go with the powers of the darkness well. Why you stew kid? All right, let's pull this name in. Ahoy hoy. I don't know if you can hear me, or if you're even there. I don't know if you would listen.
Hi.
Hey, what's up?
Nothing. What's going on with you?
Oh, wild times, wild times.
Mm.
How can I
Yes.
help you on this fine eve?
Well, so basically, I created this class. It's basically replacing your flesh with machine. It's kind of like I don't really know how to describe it other than that. So you'd basically be able to like take weapons and attach them to yourself, so you can
Mhm.
still have your hands free while using like say a spellcasting focus or whatever weapons. They'd be half casters, and they would also. So that's the basic concept of it.
Mhm.
Oh, and they would also be able to like increase their armor, and this would be like a bunch of levels and stuff. The big thing with them is they take triple damage when they get critically hit instead of double damage in order to kind of balance it out, because it would be like kind of like you could wield like 4 weapons at the same time or something along those lines.
The amount of weapons you can wield has nothing to do with the amount of attacks you make normally. Maybe that's not what you're planning on doing with the class, but I would steer you against building a class. Don't listen to me if you don't want to, but my eyebrows raised wide. I'm not a big... Okay, take this with a grain of salt. I'm going to say my opinion about life, and then I'm going to say my opinion about this idea. I am not a big believer in giving big downsides balances giving big upsides in general. I think that just creates situations where the downsides feel bad and the big sides feel bad. With that in mind, that is my opinion. I would strongly recommend not building the balance around your character taking triple critical hit damage. But you can still do that if you want to. Again, that's very much just my opinion. But what's your question?
So my question is, I was just wondering if you think it would be balanced to let you make like 4 separate weapon attacks in a turn without multi-attack or without like extra attack.
No.
Okay.
Would not be balanced.
Okay. Yes, thank you.
No problem. The only thing that there's no, it's not that is literally the fighter's 20th level feature.
I forgot about that.
It is also like the key of how monks work, and that's why they hit so much weaker than other things for a while. So if you are trying to figure out the balance of, I would be cautious to do many attacks. Especially also if you're keeping in mind, like, when you start getting into stuff like multi-classing, you know? Because, like, how is that going to interact with if you are taking other classes and other things, too?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
No problem. I think the idea of making a class built around a person who is slowly augmenting themselves with machine parts is very cool. And I encourage you to keep working on it, though.
Yeah, thank you.
No problem, buddy. Thank you for the call.
Okay, have a nice day.
You have a great one. A great day and a night. He hung up on me. All right. Next is Q, but I actually think this is Olivia. I think I know who this is. Olivia. Hello. Hello? Oh, you unmuted for a second.
I was trying to spend so much time how to figure out how to mute you.
No, I was causing chaos
on
in the background.
stream. Couldn't figure out. I was like, oh shoot, I have to unmute myself.
Yeah,
How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
Doing wonderful. My D&D game got unfortunately canceled due to bad internet connection.
Oh, that's a bummer.
So I got to join your stream.
Well, silver lining.
So I have a question that I need to ask before I ask any real questions. Is it CinderBlocksally or is it CinderBlocksally?
That's a great question, and I acknowledge that you're asking it, and I'm ready for your next question.
Love it. Okay. So I'm wondering, would you prefer a philosophical question or one where we actually talk about like ideas for the games I'm running?
I would prefer whatever question you would most enjoy asking.
Then I'm gonna go philosophical. I'm wondering what you think about the term railroading. I've asked you this on.
I will tell you, but first I need to point out, Michael McVeigh, you're a dirtbag. I'm just kidding. Hi, Michael McVeigh. I know that person. That's a person that I know in real life. That's a real life person. What do I think about railroading? I think there's a time and a place for it. I think that the key to railroading is, I think the truth of the matter is that most D&D games that have a actual arc to them, where they have like a story that goes somewhere, need a little bit of railroading to get to that arc. The game, I think that the key is making sure that the players don't feel like that is a bad thing. But I think that if you run a total sandbox game, which can work really well, you are putting a lot more work on both yourself and the players to find the story. And if they are not willing and eager to find the story, then that is it's harder to make it have momentum and cohesion outside of like the immediate thing you're doing. I think railroading is important a little bit, but not too much. That's kind of how I feel about it. Like,
okay,
yeah,
because this is advice central. Do you have advice on how to balance that? Because I mean, there's ways that I do it personally, but I also have had DMs that have railroaded in very negative ways.
So I
know I railroaded my own games because of the story.
So I feel like bad railroading comes when you like force a player, like when you force a situation to happen, or if you say no dramatically to something. And I do think that you can say no to something in a way that feels like railroading, and no in a way that doesn't feel like railroading, and even if it's the same thing. And I think a lot of it has to do with context. So like if I'm running a game and I'm like, okay guys, I'm running this game, we're gonna be running like the Mines of Moria or whatever. And then one of the players is like, hey, I wanna run into the ocean. And I say no. But if I say no, you can't do that, that sounds like railroading. But if I say, so I spent a couple hours planning this game, we talked about doing this game, I don't have anything planned for running into the ocean. If you guys want to not do this game and you want to do running into the ocean, then I'm going to need a little time to like prepare that. And that's a way that you can sort of like get people to be like, oh, let me remember that this is not a video game I'm playing. There's a dungeon master that put time and energy and work into this, and I probably should respect that and play the game that they want to present, because I also am hoping that they will respect me and try to make sure I'm having a fun time. Like there's an element of that back and forth that you can kind of remind people of. But I also think that like another thing is like as a player, it's very hard to avoid railroading because it's sort of all in the dungeon master's hands. I think that as long as you as a dungeon master are striving to understand what your players want and need and are making it very clear the sort of game you're wanting to run, then you can have like railroading that's not so bad because people kind of understand what's going on, you know?
I totally agree. Yeah. I just really wanted to hear your opinions.
Yeah, no problem. I appreciate the call.
hot
I appreciate the
button
call.
topic.
Oh, very hot button. Burning up, one might say.
Getting a 3rd degree. All right. That's I one question, of course, and if I have other questions, I shall have to rejoin on another stream.
If you leave and come back, you go to the back of the line. That's fine because eventually I will end, but I don't know when. So I'm happy if people want to come back in for a second question. The goal though is to make sure that I get at least as many people once as possible. You know.
I love that. Okay. You have a lovely evening, friend.
You too. Thank you very much. Have a good one. Olivia. That's like a Marx Brothers song, isn't it? All right, now we're going to bring in lowercase h. Lowercase h. I don't know what your full name is because it just says h ... What's up, H? Hello? Hello?
Sorry about that. I had to mute you.
Everybody does. How's it going?
I'm doing good. I was calling to ask, I noticed that a lot of people kind of feel like a lot of the Artificer class subclasses are kind of poor compared to other subclasses.
Sure.
And my favorite one in there is the Artillerist.
Mm-hmm.
And I wanted to kind of modify that slightly in order to make it a little more valuable to a team.
Why do you I have not heard I disagree with them not being good.
Oh, okay.
Like
I
fundamentally.
mean, I've heard other people say it. I like the Artillerist.
No,
but I
the
thought-
only one that I think there's any argument for it not being good is the Alchemist. I feel like the Battlesmith is really good. I feel like the Artillerist has better damage output than most other classes if you play it right.
Yeah.
And then the Armorer is just badass.
I personally actually use the Artillerist as a tank. The Protector gives you a bonus action, 1d8 plus intelligence, temporary hit points every turn.
Yeah, that's solid. So what's your question? What you thinking about?
So I was thinking about modifying the subclass slightly to give it a little bit more oomph, but if it's sitting in a good spot, maybe it doesn't need it. But I have an extra type of cannon. It's a scout cannon is what I called it. Basically, it doesn't have any ability to attack, but it basically acts like a 300-foot find familiar spell.
That's cool. That sounds cool. I like that.
And basically it lasts for 8 hours, and you still have to use a first level spell slot to use it. It can't give any help action or anything either, so that's where it's balanced. Find familiar is only 100, I think, feet.
Yeah.
And then the other part was instead of there's a part in Artillerist where it has explosive cannon, which basically it allows you to blow up your own cannon for some reason and do like a half-assed fireball level damage. I decided to change that to each cannon gets a secondary 2 times per cannon use ability. And basically, one of them, like for instance, it automatically increases your damage rolls for everything at that level already by 1d8. But I made it so that the flamethrower, you can change the type of damage it does, so that it can now you can go for things that it's vulnerable.
Yeah, that's cool.
Instead of just
I'll be honest. I don't think the Artificer needs it. But it's something that if you but if it's you're enjoying it and it's what you want to do and your dungeon master's cool with it, then I would say go for it.
Okay, fair enough.
But I feel like the only Artificer that I think is lackluster is the Alchemist one, and other people will yell at me and disagree. I also will tell you, and I'll be very honest. I'm very honest about this on stream. Whenever people bring up the Artificer, I don't like Artificers, so I don't know that much about them.
That's my favorite one.
I in my experience with, and I think I truthfully think I've seen a lot of Artificer subclasses that are so overly complicated for what they're trying to do that I've kind of soured on them, is how I feel about them.
That.
But
They're
I
trying to do too much at once. Yeah.
or it's like you feel like you need to like write a compendium to explain a new magical item encounter thing that you have. I don't know. I have seen so few slickly designed Artificer subclasses that it soured me on them in general.
Yeah, that's why I like modifying the existing subclasses. To be honest, I like that a lot better. Anyway,
but I appreciate the call, and I will also say this: I like having artificers on my team. I just don't want to play one.
Yeah, I get that.
It's like bards. I don't have any interest in playing a bard most of the time.
I don't like bards either. I'm not a fan.
But I love a bard on the team is a great thing to have.
Definitely. All right.
Cool.
Well, thank you.
Yeah,
Take
man.
care.
No problem. See ya. Click. All right. Next is Josh. Josh D. FSU. Florida State. Florida State. Right? Isn't that FSU? Florida State. Josh, are you going to come here? What's going on? Lydia. It's Lydia. It's not Olivia. That's the song, yeah. Lydia, oh Lydia. Have you seen Lydia? Lydia the tattooed lady. Josh. You son of a gun. Hello? You unmuted. It's halfway there. Oh, he's halfway there. Oh, is he gonna unmute? I can't hear the things that he says. He's muting and unmuting, which means his voice might not be connected correctly to Discord right now. He might not be correctly connected to Discord. He might be on his phone and having Discord issues. I don't know. You don't know. It happens sometimes. I'm gonna sing a little bit longer, but I don't think you're gonna be coming on stream because I don't see you. You're muting and unmuting. You need to change something around. You need to change something in your settings, probably. Florida State? No? Nothing, Josh? All right, Josh. I'm going to play a song on the ukulele. If I get to the end of it before I hear your voice, I'm kicking you out. I know you're trying, but I can't wait forever. Can't wait forever. Fix myself. How does it go? It goes ba 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 ba. Here's a song. Ready? All right, Josh, you got to go. I love you, but you're out of here. You're taking too long. All right, Josh is gone. Next, it's time for Boob Maz. What's up, Boo? What's up, Boo?
Oh, my goodness. I'm finally back.
How's it going, buddy?
Oh, it's going great. Long time no see. Oh, okay. So, I'm making a little magic item. It's 8d8, and you roll it. And depending on how many of a kind, like let's say you get 5 of a kind, you'll summon a random NPC or something like that. And it also has 2 other mechanics, and it's kind of like a luck-based item mixed with randomness, but it's like supposed to be random. I'm not sure to say it.
I don't understand. I'm going to tell you the same fucking thing I say to every goddamn person when they give me vague descriptions. Tell me specifically what makes it a unique item in 1 sentence.
Okay. You roll dice. Depending on dice number, thing happen.
So how is that different from the Wand of Wonder or the Bag of Beans?
Because you roll a certain number, you can steal luck and determine outcome.
Well, you don't need to talk like you don't know how to use words, because now you just sound like a dingus. But what's the point?
Wow. I guess to make you feel like a luck thief, and then just random outcomes.
So what is a luck thief? Like what does that mean? Like I still don't understand what this does.
Okay.
Tell me what it does.
Trying to give yourself advantage as much as you can while imposing disadvantage, but then after advantage is gone, you get disadvantage.
On the roll to determine what random thing it does?
Your next roll.
So what... Okay, so that's separate from the rolling 8d8? I'm very confused.
Yeah, God. Okay, I should have prepared more. It's okay.
No, you don't need to prepare more. I just think that it sounds like your item's all fucking a little all over the place. What is it? So okay, let's take a breath. In through the nose, out through the mouth. What is this item? What does it do?
So, you roll it, and when you do, an outcome happens.
What do I roll?
You roll 8d8s.
Okay. Why 8d8? Why not 1d100?
Because I thought it would be fun.
Okay, so you're not switching out dice for things, though, right? Or you are?
I am. You're using 8d8.
But do you not?
Wait.
What the
I
fuck are you
myself.
talking about?
I confused myself.
You confused us all. I genuinely.
I know.
Like what? Okay. Okay, let's start again. What's your question? How about that? Can you explain your question without needing to explain? I'm so confused about what you're trying to say, buddy.
I want to tie in these stealing luck from enemies and rolling random things into a single item.
Okay.
So, and I want it to feel like when you steal luck from enemies, you can use your luck to determine the outcome of these dice.
Okay. So the way that I would do that if I were you is I would probably have it have some limited number of charges, and you can expend a charge to make a creature roll a thing at disadvantage as a reaction, and then it does some, you keep track of it, and then for every charge missing or every opposite charge or however you want to word it, when you roll those 8d8, you can re-roll one of those for each one of those other things you have. That's how I would do that. Does that make sense?
Yes. I was just shitting myself trying to explain it.
I'm going to say something that I think is worth thinking about.
Yes.
If you can't explain the thing that you're working on, it is very hard to it is very hard if you can't explain if you can't explain the end goal of the thing you're trying to create very quickly, it probably means it is a little convoluted, or you need to take a moment and like say what it is. And you kind of just did. You said I want an item that takes luck from other creatures and then can use that luck to interact with how it randomly does other things. Like that sounds like what the goal is. And
yes.
The difference between being able to write something that feels jangled and confusing and all over the place and writing something that feels good is being able to say that sentence. You need to find that sentence because then you can have everything just work towards that goal. Does that make sense?
Thank you. Yeah.
So like the reason why I'm really harsh with that is because it comes from two sides. One, from just a design perspective, if you don't know your mission statement, you're going to be building all this extraneous stuff, and you might end up with something that's like not even what you intended it to be at the beginning, and then you have to sort of cut it down, and it just ends up like this garbled mess. The other thing is it is a lot easier to get other people to engage with your work, whether it's somebody in Discord or a random person on the internet or someone that you're trying to sell something to. It's a lot easier to get someone to engage with your work if you can explain it to them in a sentence. If it takes you 3 sentences to explain it, you're going to be losing a lot of people.
Which is exactly why I asked you. I wanted to try to get it down to more finer detail so it was easier to explain.
So I would focus in on the idea that it creates bad luck for other characters, and then that bad luck can be traded in for re-rolls of the random die table thing that it does. That's what I would do.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. I hope you. I yelled at you a little bit earlier. I wasn't really yelling at you. I was more just yelling at the world of trying to need to explain. So I apologize if that came off harshly.
I appreciated it. I needed that. It
All
got
right.
my brain into shape.
All right, it's a good idea. I encourage you to keep working on it. And it does make sense if you're trading out dice. It actually makes a lot of sense for you to use a bunch of dice as opposed to just one. Because that's like the whole point. Okay, cool.
Exactly.
Cool.
Okay.
All right, buddy.
Have a nice night.
Yeah, man, you
Peace.
too. Thank you very much.
Mhm.
It's an interesting idea, isn't it? It's a neat idea for an item. Those types of items, the kinds where it's like you're rolling and re-rolling dice. The players that really like dice rolling and really like have a little bit of the gambler in them love those. so funny. Whenever I've used items like that where there's an element of like you can do re-rolling for things, you can always tell which one of my players are the people that like actually like going to casinos and the ones that don't, based on how much they want to spend time doing that and thinking about it. All right, let's pull in Royal Duck the Almighty. What's up, Royal Duck? How is it going? Hey, Royal Duck. Hello? You unmute?
Hear me?
I can now. What's up?
Hey, how's it going?
Good. How are you?
Good. I was just whenever I play with my players, I DM for a younger age group,
Mm-hmm.
and I always have trouble finding monsters that they will enjoy fighting, but will still challenge them.
How old are they?
5 to 10.
So I used to work with kids that age pretty regularly. So is the issue the monsters are too scary, or is that they're too complicated?
I think they're just too weak. Like
the character,
they're
the
not
players
scary
are?
enough.
You mean the monsters are too weak, or the players?
The monsters are too weak. Yes.
Oh, I mean, are you? What level are the players?
Level 3.
I mean, how many are there?
There are. I think there are 4 now.
Okay, so I would say if you've been pushing them and they're like taking care of monsters pretty intensely, I would say you can do a little bit of ignoring challenge rating for a little bit and don't worry so much about it.
Okay.
And pick a monster that's like CR5 and see how they do against it.
All right.
The other thing that I would say is you can always tweak things on the go. This is something that I do with my players, and they're grown-ups and they don't notice it, so you could definitely do it, where you like make minor adjustments to things in combat. Like, you know, like maybe I'm realizing a fight is ending really quickly and I'm like, oh man, this is bummer. Well, guess what? I decide that animate suit of armor, now when it reaches half health, the armor falls away and it's a lightning elemental that was inside the armor manning it, or you know what I mean? Like you can do shit like that. Like you can twist stuff around. But I would say if the issue is that they're steamrolling monsters, but they're only level 3, just give them bigger. Just push it a little bit. Push that envelope.
All right.
You know, and also just have them fight multiple things at a time. That's also always a big part. Generally speaking,
Okay.
players, if it's 4 players versus 1 monster, that monster is definitely losing. If it's 4 players versus 2 monsters or 3 monsters, then it gets a little scary.
All right. So then how do I decide if I want one big monster or like a bunch of smaller monsters to give them a challenge?
So
Like,
that is a great question, and I wish it was one that had an easy answer, but it doesn't, because what I will say is when you should give a big monster versus many monsters depends entirely on what you want that fight to feel like. And you know your players better than anyone else does in terms of like what they're capable of, what spells they have, what magic items, etc. A good way to think about it, just from like the perspective of like rhythm, is that a big monster fight is like the big monster's turn happens and everyone's like, whoa, what's gonna happen to the big monster's turn? And then everyone gets turns where they're like, all right, it's our turn. That's what that fight feels like. A fight with a bunch of monsters feels like it's my turn, it's a monster's turn, it's your turn, it's a monster's turn, it's my turn, it's a monster. So it's a lot more back and forth. So each individual monster turn doesn't need to be quite as big and scary feeling, because it's like there's a lot of them. So it's a little bit more of like there's potentially an element of dynamic there's a little bit more dynamic combat to it sometimes, especially if they're just fighting one monster most of the time.
Okay.
But in terms of like when to do it, it's really just like up to you. Like, when do you think it will be fun to do? I generally think though, like a good, if you're going like classic sort of like dungeon progression, usually the big final fight will be like one big monster and maybe a couple minions, and there's like lots of groups along the way. But there's you can take that thing and stereotype and turn it on its head. It really just depends on like the situation that you're in with your players and what you want them to feel, and also what monsters are going to make the best story for that moment, or like what the monsters are that you want to tell a story about,
All right. And then are there any DMing tools you use to decide what monster counters you'll use?
What do you mean by monster counters?
Or encounters. So like you're in a dungeon, how do you decide what monsters are going to be in that dungeon?
I usually just flip through monster books to find the things that I think are cool, or or the other thing that you can do is, if you don't want to do that, you can literally like go online and look up like what are good D&D monsters for a tundra. What are good D&D monsters for a laboratory? And like people have made lists. Like there are many, many resources of lists out there. Very easy to find. And they're very, there's lots of people that have like if you're somebody that's like really excited to be DMing, but you're like, I'm a little out of my element, I'm not trying to figure this stuff out. There are so many resources available that are just like on Reddit or places that I would encourage looking up. I know there are tables for like monsters and environments in like the monster manual books too, but you can just find them online straight up, and people will make more comprehensive ones online a lot of the time anyway.
All right. Well, that's it for me. Thank you.
Cool, buddy. Thank you for the call. Enjoy the game.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, man. Click. All right, now we're bringing in G.
Hello.
Hello, what's up?
How's it going?
You were so prepared.
Well, that's because I was paying attention and on it.
Oh, shots fired. Shots fired. How's it going, buddy? What can I do for you today?
I have, I think, a unique situation.
All right.
So I have a group that I play with on a weekly basis.
Mm-hmm.
And one of my players up and joined the army. So he's in and out a lot. He'll be there for like 2 sessions at a time and then gone for a month or 2, so on and so forth.
Mm-hmm.
How do you think is the best way to deal with someone who's coming and going a lot as a part of the adventuring group?
I think you have 2 ways to go about this, and there is not a wrong one. Either one is correct. One is you can decide not to care about it and just sort of hand wave it, where it's like, you're here, these sessions are here, your character's not here, the sessions they're not here. We're not going to worry about the semantics. We're just going to play D&D and have fun. You can just ignore it. I have done this successfully in year-long plus campaigns. It works totally fine. You don't actually need to worry about it at all. You can just hand wave it. If you are not interested in that, or your players or the player who's in the army is not interested in that, then I would encourage you to do like a critical role thing, where like their character is like in a gem and can only come out every now and then, and you can just make a nonsense mechanic for it. But I think that's the move. I would say the move is to not worry about it too much, is to either give it sort of a nonsense mechanic. If you want, they could be like cursed or something, so they're stuck in a gem, so the other players have to take them with them or whatever, or you could just be like, we're not going to worry about it. Because the thing is, here's what I'll say. The player that is going to the army and is only going to be coming in a couple sessions, you don't want to give them more work, and you don't want to punish them for the situation. Like they're able to come. The fact that they are still trying to like make these games happen, even though they're like busy with army stuff, is like, that means they care. They really want to be there. So I would encourage you to do what you can to make it like just smooth sliding in. You know what I mean? Like you don't want to make a punishment for them, is what I would say is the most important thing.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out if I should, like you said, just hand wave it and say, oh, they're there, they're just like taking a nap, or like if come up with the actual lore reason.
I think I'm very pro hand wave, but if you do a lore reason, I would make sure it's one that the army friend is like very interested in and doesn't feel like it's work for them to figure it out.
Okay.
Like, if they're down and they're like, oh, that would be sick. I would love it if, like, I turn into a butterfly and then I only turn back when I'm in town. That would be fun. Then, like, sure, make it that. But, like, if it's like, if they're like, I have to figure this out, I don't want to, then don't make them. Because they're already putting in the effort to try to still come, you know?
Yeah. All right, that's basically a conversation I need to have with them then.
Yeah, and like if I don't know, I'm whenever I've had players that have been very busy and they still try to make the time to come to the game, I try to go out of my way to make that process as easy as possible for them. Just because I have a little bit more time and flexibility to do so than they do. You don't have to do that. But at the very least, I would say just make sure that they don't feel shitty about it. Like, that's the most important part.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I think that answers my question aptly.
Cool. All right, buddy. I appreciate the call. And that is a unique question, but I think that's an important one because I think that's something that a lot of people face. A lot of people face that.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
Tell your buddy I say pew, pew, pew.
Understood.
All right. See ya. That's military talk. You guys wouldn't understand. Well, if it isn't Wayne.
Oh, hey.
Hey, Wayne. What's up?
Howdy.
How are you?
Pretty good.
Excuse me. What can I do for you this eve?
Well, I even wrote down the question.
Oh, my goodness. Everybody's getting so professional. Am I scaring people that much with my demands of conciseness?
Nah, I just wanted to make sure I got it right.
All right, cool. I'm not trying to be intimidating. I apologize if I come off that way.
Well, I don't think so.
All right, good.
I'm a little anal sometimes.
Hey, who isn't?
But the question is, what is your opinion on taking other people's homebrew content, modifying it to fit your vision, and then compiling it into a rule book sort of deal?
I think that it depends on what are you doing with that rule book?
So at one point, I had the intentions of publishing it, but then I realized that's probably a bad idea.
Yeah, I would say that's a very skeezy idea. Here's what I would say. I would say if you want to collect other people's homebrew, make changes to it, whatever, for your home games, to be like, hey guys, if you're gonna play in my game, here's the PDF of all the things that I use. That's fine. If you are using anybody else's core creative stuff, you need to get express permission from them before you do anything with it.
Yeah, that's fair. Because I've some of the things, it only exists in name based on what the original was, so that's why I've been kind of iffy the whole time.
I mean, yeah, I would still ask permission. I would still ask permission. Because
and at this point, it's been so many years.
There are a lot of people in the D&D community. Unfortunately, there's a lot of people in the D&D community that are a little bit
problematic,
scammy. No, I was gonna say scammy. There's one of them was in my community. I had to ban him because I didn't realize who he was, and then I remembered. I learned it was. But people that will legitimately, there are people that legitimately do this, where they not legitimately. I would say they illegitimately do this, and it's just bad. Nobody in the D&D community is like them. Nobody with any clout in the D&D community likes them. It's like, if you are interested in being like in the underbelly of like the worst of the worst when you think of like bad stereotypes of D&D players, then I guess it's fine. But yeah, I would avoid it. Most of the time people are pretty cool with you putting stuff in things so long as you're not trying to sell it. If you're trying to sell it, then it becomes more of an issue usually.
Yeah, that's why I've just knocked it into my own little thing. But I've got a whole book of collected over like 6-7 years.
Yeah, I think that's really fun to use for a home game or for just like resources for yourself. But if you're ever trying to do anything where it's like, I made these, then you need to make sure that, or like, yeah, if you're ever trying to like put out publicly, you definitely need to like expressly get permission from the writers, the creators.
Yeah, and I even tried to look back to see if I could find them, but I've so many of it because it's been so long. I've lost so many of the original works.
Yeah, because you don't want to be in a situation where you put it out and somebody's like, hey, fuck you, I wrote this. And then it's like,
oh, I never want to be in a lawsuit situation. Yeah.
Not even a lawsuit, just like just from like a moral standings.
Oh, that too. Yeah.
But yeah, that's, I mean, it's the same reason why I yell at people if they put art in their pieces and they don't credit the artists.
Yeah, fair.
You know? Yeah.
So relatively simple question, I think, but just
very
wanted to voice
simple, but
opinion.
important. All right, thank you very much, Wayne.
Thank you.
Good luck out there in the universe. Click clack. Wayne's gone. All right. Next we have It's Kim Love. Let's pull It's Kim Love. It's Kim Love. You guys know the song The Book of Love? The Book of Love is long and boring and written very long ago. They left. I'll pull them back. It's full of thoughts and heart-shaped boxes and other things. You guys know that song? Hi, Kim.
Too young to know.
Hell yeah. How's it going?
Oh, I'm doing really good. I'm glad I finally got through. A thunderstorm couldn't even stop me.
Oh, well, welcome to the show. And that was great that you knew the end of that song. That was just magical. What can I do for you tonight?
Well, I have a question about legendary artifacts.
Sure.
I have thrown something into my game that I haven't really done a lot of research as to what it is because my players don't know what it is, so it doesn't really matter what the official thing is.
Mm-hmm.
But I put a god box in my game.
And I don't know what that is either, so we're in the same place, me and your players.
A module that I've read like 10 years ago. But my idea of it is that it's a machine that was created to trap gods.
Okay, cool.
And this one in particular is kind of falling apart, and it has a demon lord inside of it.
Cool. So far, I like. Very exciting.
I've been like seeing things like, oh, these evil giant toad things are coming out, and there's like pestilence up above and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm having trouble actually picturing the god box. Or really, I'm between two choices.
Let's hear them.
One is that it's kind of a 13 Ghosts situation where like the dungeon is the god box and you don't realize it until you're already inside.
Yeah.
The other one is literally just like a chest. Like a very fancy looking chest, but one that the players have to like cart around and be chased after and potentially get stolen from.
It sounds like you're trying to decide between two fairly different, I mean, first of all, it could be both. It could be a chest that they need to cart around and stuff, and then when they open it, they go inside it. So it could just be both. But if you don't want it to take up that much time in the campaign, and you're just trying to decide like what vibe of adventure do I want this chapter to be, the chapter of the God Box, one is sort of like a wackadoo dungeon, and one is like a on-the-run adventure. And I think you kind of just need to decide: do I want to do wackadoo dungeon, or do I want to do on-the-run adventure? Do you think it would be more fun where you're at in the story for your players to be being hunted and on hiding, or for them to be exploring like a hyper magic space cube?
Hard.
You know?
We are.
Oh, I can't hear you anymore. You're getting all fuzzy.
Oh, that's probably my wife.
Oh, you're back. But do those ideas make sense?
They do. It's kind of the problem is we're in a sort of transition space that's been going on too long. So I think the interdimensional god box is probably the best.
Yeah,
thing.
if you need something punchy, make it they go inside it and it's the hypercube. Do that.
Yeah, you laying it out like that made me really think, because the rest of the story that I want to run is an on-the-run kind of Star Trek, different thing every week type feel.
Mm-hmm.
So if I do this now, it's going to trample over the rest of the story later.
Yeah, do the hypercube, man, and then you can throw all the weird stuff in that like doesn't fit your game world, but you've been thinking about.
Heck yeah.
You know, like all that stuff, all the goofs and gaffs that like, yeah, definitely. Listen, go with the hypercube. Do the hypercube. Hypercube. I vote hypercube. Team hypercube.
Awesome.
Hypercube.
Hypercube all the way. I love Cube the movie. I'm probably going to steal stuff from that.
Hypercube. Cool.
I think my players will be happier with that.
Cool. All right. Well, I hope that was that helpful. Did I win? I hope so.
You did.
People are yelling Tesseract and Team Hypercube, so I think we agree. Also, TARDIS got mentioned. All right, cool. Thank you very much. It's Kim Love. I appreciate you calling, and great question.
All right, and I'll probably jump back in the queue later once I actually think about some other things.
All right, well, we'll see. I don't know how much we'll. I'm gonna need to take a break at some point. We'll see. We'll see. I'm getting into that
Absolutely.
space where my brain is starting to turn to mush. Anyway, I love you. Goodbye. All right, that was Kim. Oh, they got another I love you. I don't. They just come out sometimes. Not everyone gets one. So you're lucky when you do, and you're unlucky when you don't. I guess that's life. Hey, Sin, you were already here before, but I'll pull you back. All right, we're gonna do a couple more. I don't know how many more, but I'm running low on juice, so we'll see how we go. Sin, what's up?
Hey, not a lot. I just wanted to tell you first off that we're all counting on you and good luck.
Who's counting on me?
Well, I mean, that's true, but
No one counts
we
on me. I live
love
alone. I'm a shadow.
some love,
I'm a shadow of a man.
some love for the classics at least. So.
All right, fair.
Anyway, so this has to do with that whole like twist villain that I was talking to you about weeks ago.
Yeah. Twisting all over the place.
Yeah. So you were talking about punching the crew out into space on a big reveal, and I really like that. Except there's just the problem of an illithid going out into like a big vessel into any sort of space. Because the Giths seem like they'd be all over that. Like I saw that Baldur's Gate intro. You saw that Baldur's Gate intro. We know what's up.
I mean, the Gith are as aware of what's going on as you want them to be.
Fair. Maybe he could get a little bit of the slip on them. I was hoping to have him use the smaller vessel for stealth, though. But I run into like an interesting situation because most of the crew could survive just getting dumped into space.
Yeah.
At this juncture.
I mean, are you doing space or doing the astral sea?
Well, astral sea.
Nobody dies from being in the astral sea.
Well, yeah.
You live forever
like,
in the astral sea.
You go into a wild space bubble though, and things get a little bit different. And I might have it at the edge of like a wild space bubble, and they have to get to the astral sea or something like that. But I've been playing around with. We have a warlock in the party, and he's a Great Old Ones warlock, and so he's got the whole like he can talk telepathically in other people's minds. It's just that he thinks he can have full conversations. He doesn't realize that the voices that have been like talking back have just been his patron.
Okay, that's fun.
So I have like an entire swath of space. I was thinking I could have like a situation where maybe they get dumped into space and like this being collects on something because now he's stranded in space again, which is kind of like the situation which led to him getting saved by this being in the first place. So I'm just wondering, like, is that a good thing to like draw the party away from in the middle of like a big oh my god there's an illithid, or well, oh my god there's an ulitharid, like, and then immediately send them on this side quest to go and like get back this warlock? Or is that too much?
You know your players better than anyone else. Do you think that when your players discover, oh my god, there is this this super beefy mind flayer, they're gonna be like, let's deal with this, or they're gonna be like, all right, let's deal with that in a bit?
See, I'm not sure, because they're a really chaotic bunch, and I could see the sort of like beefy part of the party going after him right away, and I could see the more meticulous-minded players being like, no, we gotta come up with like some gadget or something to take him down. So,
do you
like,
what do you want to run?
I mean, I just want to run a little bit of like a gallivanting across the different settings.
No, that's not an answer. What do you want to do next? Do you want to do the Warlock Little Adventure thing, or do you want to play Ultra Mind Flayer?
Well, I kind of want to play Ultra Mind Flayer, but that's just because I'm not sure what to do with a Great Old One, because it's supposed to be beyond comprehension, so it's like a little weird to nail down.
Yeah, so because it's beyond comprehension, you don't need to explain anything it does ever. That's the first thing. It doesn't need to have. It never needs to make sense. It doesn't even need to aesthetically make sense. It could have completely radically different vibes every time they interact with it. It could look like an ice cream man. It could look like a worm. It could look like a shoe. It could be anything. It doesn't matter. That's the whole point. So I don't think you need to worry about it being super complicated. I think what you need to worry about for that is making sure you find some specific examples of the ways that it expresses itself or represents itself that feel otherworldly and feel really different. That's the most important thing. But if you have no ideas for that right now, and you have plenty of ideas for your Ultra Illithid, just do Ultra Illithid right now, baby.
I mean, fair. I know eventually I want to get to this point where there's sort of the tit for tat moment with the patron and the warlock. You know, like that seems like something I should probably pay off at some point, and it seems like a really opportune time that I'm not sure I'm going to get again.
All right. So I mean, listen. Like I said, if you don't feel like this is an opportunity you're going to get again, then it sounds like you have made the decision.
Yeah, that's fair.
I also I don't know. I feel like whenever people say stuff like I don't know if I'm going to be able to do this again, my always thought is why? You're the dungeon master. You have so much power.
You know? I mean, fair. I'm struggling to see a scenario where it's not going to feel a little bit like a beginning of a Metroid game, because I'm going to be taking away all their stuff. Because they have like they have a laboratory and like an observosphere and like all this stuff on their ship, and I'm going to be taking them away from that for an arc and then putting them back on it. So like taking them away from it again seems like it would feel a little cheap.
Yeah,
and
I wouldn't pull that trick 2 times in a row.
Yeah.
Why do you need to keep pulling that trick?
Well, I mean, I feel like this is one of the only opportunities where I'll effectively be able to split the party.
Do you want to split the party?
For doing that with the warlock, yes.
All right. I mean, it sounds like you know what you want to do.
Yeah, I guess I'm just unsure about how best to go about a great old one and how to make them not like super railroady and not super like just LOL random, and at the same time also not just vaguely terrifying.
But that is literally what they are. All of those things you said are literally what great old ones are.
I don't know. I was kind of looking for a spark in it. Like, I don't know. Like it's kind of indescribable.
You can have a spark in it, but you can listen. It doesn't need to be nonsense. There can be a reason. There can be a thing. Like, it doesn't need to make sense, but there still can be a goal. So you just need to decide what the goal is that you think will be fun to play out. There doesn't need to be a logic behind the goal, but the goal could be the great old ones wants to destroy everything that is blue. You know? It could be as simple as that. That's weird. It's different. But if you're I would say that if you look at the best Eldritch horror like media, we never really understand what the goal of the monsters are. We understand the goals of the people that worship the monsters, which is like, I love the monsters, but like what the monsters, it genuinely doesn't matter. Genuinely doesn't matter. So what you just need to think about is like what vibe you want that you think will express them coolly.
Well, I'm trying to maintain that sort of unknowableness, and it's kind of difficult to do when you actually encounter it, if that makes sense. It's like,
yeah, but they don't ever need to encounter it directly.
Okay.
Why would they encounter
even if they
directly?
go into? Well, I was going to have them go into like a pocket of space with no like stellar objects where it was living.
Well, then, okay, but you're building a problem for yourself that you don't have a solution for, but you are the only one that is building that problem.
Okay, fair. I'm just wondering, having him go on like a mind quest doesn't seem as
why does it
much
need to
of
be
a
why does it need to be a mind quest? I don't understand why you're putting these limits on yourself.
Well, I'm just wondering if I take him away, if not to the Great Old One, then where? I'm just.
Does it need to be
I
that?
don't know.
Does
I'm
it need to be
struggling
he
to
sits in a house with the Great Old One, or could it be he sits in a house with a bunch of Great Old One worshippers and emissaries? Like, if he goes into a room and there's a bunch of Star Spawn aren't Great Old Ones, but they're like emissaries of Great Old Ones. Like, I guess I just don't understand why it needs to be limited where he's going.
All right.
You know what I mean?
I've got a good idea of what I
Like,
need to look.
like if you go to the Feywild, okay? If you go to the Feywild, you can meet a bunch of Fey creatures and interact with the Fey and see the magic of the Fey. You don't necessarily need to meet the Arc Fey. It's the same exact thing.
All right. Where?
I would also say I don't feel like you need to. I don't understand. I also want to say that I don't know if you need to split the party either. I'm not sure why that's something that you feel is so important here.
Well, if I was going to have the warlock get abducted.
Why not just have them all get abducted?
Oh, I mean, fair. That would put them.
Are they in a spaceship together?
Yeah, that would put them far enough away from their ship.
But I mean, are they traveling together? Like, do they share a house or a spaceship or something?
Yeah, they share a galleon.
Yeah, so why wouldn't the Great Old One just pick up the whole spaceship?
I suppose if it was a separate event from the Illithid, then. So yeah, I could just use them as separate events. I was just thinking of intertwining them.
I mean, you can. It just might be a situation where you got players sitting and waiting a lot.
Right.
You know, I think that you. It's. I don't have any specific examples of what you should do because I do think that it can be kind of unknowable. But the thing is, you need to decide what element of knowable you are comfortable putting there, and then just build it to that. If you feel comfortable having them like meet the Great Old One, then you need to figure out how to make that work. If you're like, I have no idea how to make that work, then they don't need to meet the Great Old One. You know, D&D is not intended for nowhere in the Warlock stat block in the Warlock class does it say you have to give your patron a handshake. You know what I mean? Like most patrons wouldn't do that anyway. Like Archdevils, they're not going to waste their time talking to you. They're going to send a general or some shit. You know?
All right. Yeah, this is my first time DMing a warlock, so I wasn't sure how to deal with sort of them dealing with whatever the tit for tat was.
Here's what I'll say. The Great Old One Warlock is the most confusing one to have to run as a dungeon master if you are trying to make it have meaning or comprehension, because it's not intended to do so. There's very little advice given to, like, here's what a Great Old One's like. So I'm going to hope that your player was down for that vibe, and you don't need to answer that question.
Yeah. No, my player is down for that vibe. I just kind of wasn't sure what, I'm familiar with the Feywild and like the different creatures that are there. I'm not familiar with like the menagerie that surrounds the Great Old One.
Well, there's not any specific thing that it has to be, so you can just make it literally whatever you want. Do you want their menagerie to be a bunch of wooden dolls? Sure. Do you want their menagerie to be a bunch of just like ancient dead gods floating around them? Sure. Do you want the menagerie to be just like elements, like, like a bunch of like cheese and silver? Sure. It can literally be anything. It's the whole point. Aberrations are the eldritch monster type, but you don't need to limit yourself to those if you don't want to.
All right. Yeah, I can probably do some things. I'm already doing things with dead gods, so.
Cool. All right, I hope that was helpful.
Yep.
All right, buddy. See ya.
Click. All right.
Kambam. What's up, Kambam? Answer me. Unmute. Unmute yourself. Unmute yourself. Hello?
Hey.
Hey, what's up, buddy? How's it going?
It's going well. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. Welcome to the stream. How can I help you?
So, I am getting ready to run a campaign for my father-in-law, some uncles on my wife's side, and they have been playing since AD&D, but they've been begrudgingly transitioning to 5th edition.
Mm-hmm.
And I wanted to introduce some aspects to give an AD&D feel to 5th edition, but make it a lot simpler to run.
Okay. I'm
So-
going to tell you right now, I'm not going to be able to be that helpful. I've only ever played 5th edition.
Okay, sure. What I'm going for, though, is Harsh World with Hexcrawl, Overland Travel, and random encounters. Okay.
Have you looked at the Tomb of Annihilation module?
I have.
Because that is what that is.
Yes.
Isn't it? That's basically exactly that.
Yeah, it is. One thing that I want to do, I've created kind of my own system for Overland Travel.
Mhm.
I don't know if this is my first time being on a stream. Can we talk about a homebrew on this stream?
You know, that's the only thing we talk about on this stream.
I know. Okay, you're right. I like the idea of tracking resources,
Mhm.
but I wanted to keep it simple but tactical, something that the players have to plan for,
Mhm.
but something that's not complicated.
Mhm.
So I had an idea where the party has a pool of food rations and a pool of water supply. Okay.
Mhm.
And they can go at 3 different paces. They can go at a slow pace, an average pace, or a fast pace. The slow pace will consume 1 day's worth of rations, both food and water. Same with average. Fast pace consumes 2 days worth of rations. And the way that the party calculates how many rations they can carry is based off of the party's cumulative strength modifier.
Mhm.
So if the paladin has a +5 and the bard has a +2
Mhm.
and the wizard has a +0, the 5 and the 2 equals 7 days worth of rations.
Okay.
Actually, we'll make it minimum of 1. So then all of them can carry at least a day's worth of rations. And that way they have to plan and coordinate where they're going to stop and what they have to do as they progress. And there's a few other things as well that I thought of. Harsh weather conditions like a desert would consume 2 days worth of water. Cold weather conditions would consume 2 days worth of food. As well, I have rules for scavenging for food
Mhm.
that I created. And then mounts and vehicles would allow you to carry extra supplies.
Cool.
And
So what's your question? This all sounds pretty cool. I'm not sure what the question is.
do you think that this could work, or is there any patches that you think I need to look into?
I mean, I think a system. I think it's you're not going to break the game by doing a resource system for travel. It's not the same as like coming up with new features for subclasses. So yeah, it could work. Anything could work. It's just a matter of if it's fun and if your players are into it. But yeah, I think it could work fine. The thing is, whenever you're making like yeah, you don't need to. I don't think you need to. Like, I'm not sure. I don't see any fatal flaws in it, if that's what you're asking. I think that it just is a matter of like, is this what your players will have fun doing?
Sure. Okay.
But if that's the kind of thing your players want, I'd say go for it. And the other thing that I would say is like, if they're not enjoying it or if it's something that's not working, you can just change it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You
That's a good
You don't
point.
have to stick with it. And
Okay,
it sounds like
cool.
these folks have been playing D&D for a while. So you can also just say like, hey guys, I'm gonna be trying out this new rule set I'm working on for travel, and so they understand that it is subject to change if need be. You know?
Sure. Yeah, I love that.
Yeah.
Okay.
But if they like that, that would be a lot of fun. I could very easily. It's interesting whenever people talk about like doing like complicated travel, resource travel. I have players that would love that, and I have players that would fucking hate it, and almost nothing in between. It's very polarizing.
Yeah.
It's very polarizing.
Yeah.
Survival
It is.
mechanics are very polarizing. You know?
I want the world to feel dangerous, and that's what they kind of want, like Conan the Barbarian vibe.
Mhm,
So
mhm.
I think that would really help with it.
Yeah.
Tedious and dangerous.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Cool.
Yeah, there were a few other things, but I think pretty much with what you're saying, right? everything is subject to be tweaked a little bit as I go with the players.
For sure.
We
Because
can
you
just
don't know if
figure it
something's
out.
going to be overpowered or underpowered until you really try it, especially if you're doing something kind of abstract, like that's not like so directly tied to like so many examples of mechanics before. I mean, there are like travel mechanics and stuff like that you could lean into, but I'd say just be open to change it if you need to, and you'll be good.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, man. All right. Get on out of here. All right, friends. I am entering into that mode where I'm starting to have a little bit of a headache and I'm getting tired. So I think we are going to end it here. I know that we didn't get to everybody. I'm sorry if we didn't get to you. But don't worry. There will be more stream nights in the future where we will get to all of you one day. Thank you so much for coming. Guys, tomorrow night we will be doing nothing. But on Wednesday, I'm going to be doing, we're finishing up Tangled Tower at 9 o'clock with Ori and Mars. We're going to be solving the mystery of Tangled Tower together. It's going to be great. But you guys are great. Thank you so much, and have a great night. And don't forget, don't forget to feed your pets, and be happy and be nice to each other. And I love you. And like and subscribe, and tell your friends about me. Okay? Tell your friends about me. Oh, the music's skipping. It's because it's a record. All right. Anyway, I love you. Bye.
I don't think about it. About you leaving me. I don't know who I'd be would everything we built just turn to broken leaves. I don't think about it. Do you think of me? Walking out that door, never hearing me talk to myself in the morning anymore. Would it all just turn and turn and turn and turn and turn and turn? You don't think about it. Maybe it scares you like it scares me. What do we do with all the possibilities? Doesn't it scare you like it scares me? What do we do with all the possibilities? We don't think about it. We don't think about it. We just fall into each other's arms, and we laugh and we cry and we dry each other's eyes, but we don't talk about it.